logistics.
They said you were coming. But take care now, you hear?
Let's get it done.
Okay.
I'll give you a moment to catch your breath after that. But to be
You have a
honest
minute.
with you, that was not the last King of the Road you're going to see in this pre-show. I've got one more trailer for you, a brand new reveal for Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Let me check on my laptop if stream stuff is working. I hope it also works on the English stream. In case you want to watch yourself, watching over the Game Awards channel, don't forget to like.
And that concludes another 10 out of 10 pre-show. Up next, Black Ops 7, Ghost of Yotei, Silent Hill F, Resident Evil Requiem, even more apparently. It is time for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025. Thanks for watching.
We're live. 1440p. Sound is there.
Please welcome your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Geoff Keighley.
You guys ready? Guten Abend! Welcome to Gamescom! Wie geht das Deutsch? All right. This is Opening Night Live. Hello, everybody, and this is the kickoff to the biggest games festival in the world right here in Cologne, Germany. We've got over 5,000 fans in the hall here at Cologne Messe tonight. Welcome, everybody. And by the end of the week, more than 300,000 people will walk the show floor, which for the first time has more than 1,500 exhibitors. It turns out that E3 didn't
the Gamescom's
die,
pretty
it
big.
just moved right here to Germany.
Okay.
And of course, there are millions more watching live around the world. No matter where you are, we're all connected tonight as one global community to celebrate the art, creativity, and joy of games, from the boldest indies to the biggest blockbusters. Today, the game industry has never been more dynamic. Clever ideas from small teams are breaking through in huge ways. This summer, Peak, a co-op climbing game created by Aggro Crab and Landfall Games, stormed the charts on Steam, and right now I can announce for the first time it has sold over 10 million copies to date. Congratulations to the team. And
Okay,
there's
that's
also
sick.
other fun ones, like you guys have probably played Date Everything, a wild dating sim where you can romance a treadmill or a curtain. It's on Steam right now. Check it out. It's sold an estimated 500,000 copies. And all these successes prove something important. Small teams with
people
big
are
ideas
crazy.
can change the industry. And that brings us to one game made by a handful of developers in Australia. For 6 years, Team Cherry has been crafting Hollow Knight Silksong. It is highly anticipated and Steam's most wish-listed game. Well, tonight, I can finally definitively tell you that Silksong is 100% actually launching this year. And behind me, you're seeing some brand new Silksong gameplay, the first extended look since the last trailer in 2022. And starting tomorrow, You guys here at Gamescom can play a demo at the Nintendo and Xbox booths.
Okay, sick.
There you go. Silk Song is real.
Didn't you say Silksong won't be at Gamescom?
And on Thursday, Team
Hey,
Cherry is
let's
going to be sharing
us to
some
see you.
news as part of a YouTube premiere on their channel, so make sure to check that out. Tonight, we'll give you a first look at this holiday's biggest games, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and Ghost of Yotei, plus major news on Prime Video's Fallout Season 2 arriving in December. And later, we'll have a special performance of the music of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, one of this year's most celebrated games developed right here in Europe. Plus, a brand new look at Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom, and the world premiere of the opening cinematic from World of Warcraft Midnight from Blizzard. Now, as always, ONL is also about surprises, and we do have multiple brand new AAA game announcements and reveals over the next 2 hours, so stick around right until the end. This is our biggest opening night live we've ever done, so let's not waste another second. It all begins with this.
It brings me such satisfaction to see you here. A witness to my work. You will know fear.
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control.
Is this fear?
It's time to wake up.
No.
Your streets shall once again run red.
They said so many times fear, so fear game or something.
Global unrest on an unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
He refuses to let me go.
Stop looking backwards, Dave. What matters is what you do next.
A lot of people counting on us for answers.
Inspector 1, report. Need a sit rep.
What is this? Call of Duty Diva song?
This isn't real.
The hell it ain't!
Character, Master of Puppets. What on earth is going on here? That somebody who knows maybe Call of Duty stuff, what is going on here exactly?
Pull it together, man!
So eager to leave, Daddy.
Killing the man is a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea.
You were never cut out to be a Mason.
No more games. This ends now.
Get the Reznov Challenge Pack when you pre-order now.
What did we just see there?
How about that? Zombies, of course, Dead Ops Arcade as well, and it looks like we also have an official date. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 releases on November 14th. And to tell us more, please welcome Miles Leslie from Treyarch and Natalie Pohorsky from Raven to Opening Night Live.
Not sure if this one shot from above was like kind of mini game mode or whatever, that's a twin stick shooter or something. That would be insane.
Hello, guys. congratulations on the reveal. Welcome, Miles and Natalie to Opening Night Live.
Thanks for having us. We're very excited to finally talk about this game.
Yeah, excited. Let's get into it.
All right, well, that trailer was obviously intense. Black Ops is back. Twisted world of Black Ops as always, and it looks like you're definitely pushing the envelope again.
Absolutely, Jeff. It's been a long road, and we're thrilled to finally be sharing what we've been building. Black Ops 7's got a bold vision of the future. We're diving into 2035, and it's a future that feels real, just out of reach, but it's twisted in only the ways Black Ops could. And, you come to expect what you got there. It's a world of fear. The shadows are gone. Nothing is what it seems.
Yeah, 2035 setting. So the question is, we're wondering, how does Menendez, how does this all fit into the Black Ops timeline?
Yeah, so we're pulling threads from Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 6, but don't worry, don't get it twisted. This is a beast of its own, Black Ops 7. We're stepping into a world spiraling from the return of Raul Menendez and the consequences of the past.
All right, well, I'm curious who the protagonist is, so you can tell us who's stepping into the light in this game.
Yeah, David Mason returns, but he is not the same. He's carrying deep scars. Some you can see, some you can't. And he's got a new team with him, and every mission, every move is a test.
Now, what makes the story stand apart? Yeah.
We're also introducing the Guild.
Yes.
Important to mention, a global tech force that claims to be humanity's last line of defense against this mysterious threat. And their CEO, Emma Kagan, is a visionary leader with a clear mission, but how she chooses to confront this crisis is often at odds with David and his team. So it's not a battle of good versus evil, it's a clash of philosophies. What kind of future are we building, and who gets to decide?
All right, so some deep thoughts there. So yeah, tell us about, how does this story stand apart this time?
It's the characters. Okay. So the story is about identity, memory, and consequence. And we've crafted this cast like pieces of a puzzle. So each one has a reason to be there, and each one brings something unique to the table. And we've also got our central city of Avalon, which is more than just a backdrop. It's a living, breathing space that evolves with the player. And it's also where our story roots take hold.
All right, well, one thing we want to talk about is gameplay, and I understand you're doing a co-op campaign for this one?
That's right. From the start, we wanted to make a bold change with the campaign. Black Ops 7 can be played solo or up to 4 players. It's a shared experience, and every mission has been handcrafted for variety. Tone, pacing, gameplay location. You're going to be running on the rooftops of Japan, exploring the Mediterranean coast, and then diving deep into the human psyche. All of it has been crafted to really add clues to the story and offer their own gameplay focus.
Wow, so wild story, co-op campaign, you are definitely pushing boundaries this time.
Yes, we are. Black Ops 7 is all about innovation across the entire game, and not just in gameplay, but in how we tell stories, how we connect players, and how we build worlds. And this is just the beginning. There's more to come at Call of Duty Next, including multiplayer and zombies. But for now, we hope you guys are excited to step into something new and experience something truly unforgettable.
Amazing. All right, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, thanks so much, guys. And now, here's a behind-the-scenes look from the rest of the Call of Duty development team. Thanks, guys.
Black Ops 7 brings an all-new way to play the Call of Duty campaign. This time, you're not going in alone. You have the option this year to play solo or up to 4-player co-op start to finish. You can bring your friends, you can make some new ones, and there's a whole bunch of adventure even after the story.
For solo players, we really make sure that they can engage in the campaign the way they want to and feel like they're truly playing a Black Ops story.
What's going to be fun is having each player in your squad gravitate towards their own play style and then really playing it off of each other.
We've crafted this as an inherently social mode that features the amazing linear Call of Duty missions that our community loves.
Mission variety is at the core of the Black Ops 7 campaign. The pacing shifts between high-intensity combat, stealth-driven objectives, and deeply psychological sequences that challenge your perception of reality. Avalon serves as the narrative's anchor throughout, but the campaign stretches far beyond its borders, both geographically and thematically.
Black Ops 1
It's dynamic
like
and full of opportunities to explore, experiment, and experience the story in new ways.
I mean, now we are
in
in
the culmination
future.
of the co-op campaign, we're unleashing something bold.
What's going on,
the end
Jet? I
game.
don't understand.
It's a proving ground to put everything you've mastered throughout the campaign to the test. The end game is a brand new PvE social experience where you and your squad will need to survive overwhelming odds, adapt under pressure, and break the rules of what you thought a campaign could be. Each run is a new step in your power journey as you wield personalized abilities and face unexpected challenges. And here, all of Avalon opens up.
It gives us a lot of freedom to have some fun with the gameplay mechanics, player movement. Players really can turn the map into their playground.
This is your chance to explore the world beyond the mission.
Just because we're talking, I made it a bit louder, but you're right, should maybe look out for
That's
that.
just a quick look at what's to come with the campaign. Every mode of this game is built with the intention to deliver the best possible experience to our players. So whether you're a Call of Duty veteran or new blood, there's something for you in Black Ops 7.
Bomb.
All right, for much more on Call of Duty Black Ops 7, make sure to watch the full-length Black Ops 7 Direct and tune into Call of Duty Next on September 30th. Still to come, we'll have news on Fallout Season 2 and the announcement of a brand new game from adventure game legend Ron Gilbert. I grew up playing his games, and I can't wait to show you his next unexpected creation a little bit later. All right, who's ready for
Ron
our
Gilbert
first
is
brand
nice.
new game announcement
Monkey
tonight?
Island. And stuff.
Feel that way? Well, to do
The early ones.
please welcome back to ONL,
Maniac
one of the most
Mansion.
respected and recognizable hosts in
The old,
esports.
LucasArts adventures. Shox is there. She was like, I know her from League of Legends esport.
Hi everyone, thank you so much, Geoff. It is so great to be back here at Gamescom and ONL. I just had so much fun last year that
She's
I
from
had to run it
Belgium, I
back.
think,
And let me
originally.
just say, we have an unbelievable show for you tonight. And now, without further ado, it's time for our first new game announcement at ONL. Please enjoy.
Our gods have forsaken us for fear of the coming darkness consumes all but you, lamp bearer.
Okay, what is my suggestion is now it's clear though, it's Lords of the Fallen.
Something.
2. Very curious about that one.
So I ask you, will you harness this darkness within and deliver unto our so-called lords retribution?
No, it's Lords of the Fallen 2. Yeah, she's a League of Legends commentatress. Or host. They did a lot of changes to the Lord of the Fallen 2023, was it, I think? Oh, here's the other world again. Was one of the core mechanics of Lord of the Fallen. The new one. I love the even though the old one that's from Germany, from Deck 13, but 1,000 years ago. There's no Steam store.
Alright, Lords of the Fallen 2.
Wait. There was no Steam. Only Epic.
Fragile veil between the living and the dead begins to tear. CI Games promises a sequel that's bloodier, faster, and more brutal than ever. With more aggressive combat and new boss battles, your first look at gameplay will arrive later this year. All right, now for something completely different. This next game won Game of the Year at the Game Awards and comes from one of the most celebrated studios on the planet. Next year, it's making the leap to become a major anime. And tonight, we're breaking the news with your exclusive first look.
Sekiro. Is this a series or is this more of a... Is this a series or is this a film? Also, I have to admit, I never got that warm with the Sekiro story.
Our next new game announcement stars a hero who needs no introduction, a true legend of justice and gadgets.
Lego DC stuff. Batman. A new Lego Batman. Commissioner Gordon. Okay, I guess. No, it's definitely Lego Batman.
I need to become more than a man. I need to become a symbol.
But what did you have in mind?
It was not Commissioner Gordon, it was Alfred, I guess. Okay, they even have the Arkham Asylum combat system.
I'm Batman. Why?
And the hand looked like from Clank. Okay.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
Who's the man behind the mask?
The question is the Joker Arkham Asylum? The question is the Joker voiced again by Mark Hamill? It'd be strange if not, right?
You think darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
No, not a bad gag, to be honest.
The Bat is back. Please welcome the head of Lego Batman development team, Jonathan Smith. Jonathan, welcome to ONL. All right, so after the huge success with Lego Star Wars, you guys are returning to Lego Batman?
We are so thrilled to reveal this game tonight for the first time to you all and to the world.
Yep.
And that's not all. At Gamescom, you will be able to play Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Wow. Pretty amazing. All right, well, there will be a demo on the show floor for everyone. Now, let's break down that trailer because we see so many fan favorite references, to films and things like that. So what is the story of this game?
This is the definitive, essential Batman story. We take you on Bruce Wayne's epic journey from origin to legend. You'll train with the League of Shadows. You'll fight crime on the streets of Gotham. And as the years go by, you'll establish your ultimate legacy as the Dark Knight. We've incorporated iconic moments and deep-cut references from decades of Batman movies, TV shows, comics, and games, all brought together and brought to life in our unique Lego world.
Well, we cannot wait for it. Let's also talk about the combat, because we've got some real gameplay here of the combat, and I gotta say, feels like you're really amping things up here this time.
Oh, the team has created a really rich, deep combat system that's authentic to Batman's unique style. So surrounded by enemies, you'll pull off powerful attacks, counters, and takedowns. You'll use cool gadgets like batarangs to stun enemies and the backclaw to reel them in. For the first time, we've added difficulty levels, Caped Crusader and Dark Knight mode for those who want an extra challenge. And you'll build a new Bat family of allies as you're joined by playable partner characters like Jim Gordon, Catwoman, Robin, Batgirl, each with their own gear, which you'll need as you take on a rogues gallery of villains from Joker, Penguin, and many more, including the mighty Bane, as you saw in the trailer, voiced by the incredible Matt Berry.
Oh my God, I cannot wait to see what you're packing into this game. It also looks like you have a bit of a, like, is it an open world Gotham? Is that fair to say?
Sure, that's right. Gotham is a playground, a Lego playground where you're free to explore. You can grapple from rooftop to rooftop, glide over the streets, or cruise around in your choice of Batmobile. This game has it all.
I think you've sold me on it. All right, Jonathan, I'm pretty hyped about it. It will be here playable, as we mentioned, for all you here in Germany. You can play Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight for the first time starting tomorrow on the Gamescom show floor. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Awesome. All right, now over to Shots with our next new game announcement exclusively on ONL.
Thank you so much, Geoff. Indeed, I find myself here in the audience. There we go. I find myself here in the audience. Thank you so much, Geoff. And some of the best fans at ONL. So is everybody having fun? I love it. But we're just getting started. Still to come, we have an amazing musical performance from Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I can hardly wait. And also a new look at Resident Evil Requiem, as well as a bunch of other surprises. I know what you guys are excited for. I can hear it. But now it's time for a new game announcement. A long-awaited sequel that fans have been eager to see for nearly a decade.
We have fought the enemy.
Okay, that's Walter's expertise here. Warhammer 40k.
No mercy. We are the wrath of the Emperor, his angels of death. But the Imperium lies broken, its armies scattered and reeling. Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn asunder. On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens. There is no victory to claim here. Only vengeance to enact. While even one of us lives, we fight. For only in death does duty end.
Okay, is this a new Dawn of War? It is. Wasn't it announced? I forgot. I'm not too deep into the whole thing yet. RTS game. Pretty nice to see. There are not that many RTS games done these days.
After the last great conflict, the battle for Kronos begins again in Dawn of War 4 with 4 playable factions and over 70 missions. Dawn of War 4 is coming in 2026
cool. 4 factions playable.
PC. All right, now it's time for an unexpected update from the Monster
PC
Hunter
fans?
Wilds team about a very special crossover event.
Final Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. But Monster Hunter with Final Fantasy. Because these are chocobos. Monster Hunter Wilds Final Fantasy 14 Online Special Collaboration. It's funny.
All right, to tell us more, it is my great honor to welcome two very special guests together on stage. Ryozo-san from Capcom and Yoshi P from Square Enix.
Yoshi P also there.
Mana will translate for us. Well, guys, it's great to have you both together here at Gamescom. Ryozo-san, what can you tell us about this collaboration?
Hi, thank you, Jeff. ドイツの皆さん、配信をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。今日ですね、このファイナルファンタジー14との特別なコラボレーションを発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思ってます。
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening to everyone at Gamescom and all the friends watching online. Today, we're very excited to announce a special collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV.
ですね、モンスターハンターワールドの時にもコラボさせてもらったんですけど、その時もですね、吉田さんとまたちょっと機会あったらどっかでやれたらいいですねみたいな話をしてたんですけど、今回それが実現しました。今日お見せした、映像はですね、まだ一部でして、詳細は、来月皆様にお伝えできると思いますので、そちらの方を注目していただけたらと思います。あとですね、今回もですね、吉田さんと、スクエアエニックスのスタッフの皆さん、本当に全面協力していただいたことをですね、感謝してます。吉田さん、ありがとうございます。はい、でここからですね、ぜひ吉田さんにバトンタッチして感想をいただきたいと思っております。
Memorize all of it. Collaboration in Monster Hunter World, I remember talking to Yoshida-san and discussing how much we wanted to do it again.
Kind of know what they say
now
before.
We're very thrilled to make it happen. What we showed you is just a little glimpse of what's to come, so please look out for more information that's coming next month. But of course, Yoshida-san and the Square Enix team have been working just as hard with us on this special collaboration. So I'd like to not only thank him, but turn it over to him to share some thoughts.
Guten Tag, Gamescom! まずはこのような素敵な場所に招いていただいたジェフさん、それから我々にね、いつも本当にたくさんのインスピレーションをくれる良三さん、それからカプコンの開発チーム、そして何よりゲームファンの皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。
Guten Tag, Gamescom. First of all, I'd like to thank Geoff for having us here and Ryozo-san for all the inspiration, the Capcom team for working on this special collaboration, and to everyone enjoying our games. Thank you so much.
まあ今、良三さんの方からもちょっとご紹介いただきましたけど、まあモンスターハンターワールドの時にもご一緒させていただいて、今回それに引き続き第2弾ということで、モンスターハンターワイルズとも、我々クロスオーバーと呼んでですね、全面協力して、コンテンツ開発してきました。
As Ryozo-san mentioned, we worked together on Monster Hunter World, and we wanted to make it happen again, and it's happening for Monster Hunter Wilds. We would call it a crossover, and we're very happy to make this happen with all of our efforts joined together.
もちろんクロスオーバーですので、
Very nice of him to wait a little bit.
スペシャルなバトルコンテンツご用意しております。今日は先ほどねティザートレーラーとして、モンスターハンターワイルズ側の映像を見ていただきましたが、我々もちょっとだけ映像をご用意してきました。
Since this is a crossover collaboration, not only Monster Hunter Wilds, but Final Fantasy XIV would also be having a special collaboration content inside it. Outside of the trailer we just saw, Final Fantasy XIV has also prepared a short trailer to show you what you can get.
Wow, all right. Well, thank you so much. Ryozo-san, Yoshida-san, here's the trailer.
Okay, so some stuff from Final Fantasy is going to Final Fantasy to Monster Hunter Wilds, and some stuff from Monster Hunter Wilds also appears in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy XIV, interesting game in a way, because originally it kind of flopped pretty hard, and then they kind of took it down, put a tremendous amount of money in it, and remade a lot of things. And then it was suddenly a huge success. And the guy was talking there, Yoshi P, is kind of the biggest at Square Enix that kind of turned some problems Square had around and generated some success with this. And yeah, Final Fantasy XIV still goes strong as far as I'm aware. It's one of the few games that has a monthly subscription still. That's World of Warcraft.
Brought us back to this place. Something that knows us.
Okay, what is this? Requiem? Resident Evil or something?
The rules.
To be honest, it looks a bit like Remedy stuff.
But what if this wasn't the place, after all? Look around you. They can see you.
How can I see you?
Do you believe this is real? This isn't a game. It's a test. But
hey, Rosemary.
Ever ask yourself?
What game is this, chat?
What are we here for?
Like there is Control or something. It looks different from the style than Control or what Remedy would usually do. Okay, it seems like maybe it's something completely different.
Are you ready to play? Welcome to the world's
it's a
biggest
Gamescom
gaming
trailer.
playground.
Did not see that coming.
500,000 people, 1,500 exhibitors, endless games to explore right here in Cologne. Discover rising stars at Gamescom Awesome Indies. Step into the cosplay universe, on-site or online. Watch, join, become the hero.
That's
Experience
Fortnite.
live
Yeah,
shows,
maybe.
esports battles, and creator events in the Gamescom event arena.
Was
Not
that
in
just
Cologne?
End of Blood?
Go to Gamescom.global. Stream the highlights on Gamescom Now. Vote in the Gamescom Award. Or dive into our Gamescom studio on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, we're here to play. Join the fun in our community RPG, Gamescom Epics. Loot awaits. We care.
Checked in the replay.
Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy and puts accessibility first. The whole city joins in at the Gamescom City Festival. It doesn't stop there. The whole world comes together, not only here in Cologne, but also at Gamescom Latam, Gamescom Asia, and beyond. Welcome to Cologne. Welcome to Gamescom. All over the world. And now, keep on watching Gamescom Opening Night live.
It was a Gamescom commercial trailer. I thought for a moment it was a game.
Right, and that was only a glimpse of what is to come here at Gamescom, the biggest playground in the
Cologne
world,
is Köln.
and what it has in store for you. We're here to play, and the fun is just getting started. So, Geoff, what's next? Is it anything good?
I think it's going to be good. It's going to be a video game, I can tell you that much. Last year at the Game Awards, we had the honor of announcing the long-awaited return of one of Capcom's most iconic action series, Onimusha.
And tonight, we take the next step on that journey. Here's a brand new look at Onimusha, Way of the Sword, coming in 2026.
Original name of Cologne is Colonia Claudia Ara Agrippinensium. Now it's this Colonia, Köln and Cologne kind of developed in the languages.
Hello there, fallen samurai.
To think something like this.
I didn't listen what they said.
What fearsome power! Be careful!
What game is this? Not Silent Hill. There's much combat for it. Is this a trailer for... No, it's not Wukong. I didn't listen. It's kind of cool that they duplicate.
No way is controlling this lightning.
Onimusha, yes. Okay, I didn't listen. I think it's already announced. 2026. Also like a very old game series. Anime girl.
The automated industry complex will be the link, connecting and uniting every fragment of this shattered world. This is the driving force that will keep us going. Continuous improvement is essential for keeping
It's Factorio just with anime. Or not Factorio, Satisfactory with anime. Or it's the Satisfactory anime collaboration, I don't know.
We do what we can to make them a reality. All operators accounted for. The team is ready for the mission.
I know what Schnarke will be playing all night and day. Enfield. Ark Knights Enfield, okay. This reminds me of something. What is it called, chat? Civilization Anno? No, it's Anno, it's used. There must be Civilization or something. Maybe, no, it doesn't look. It's maybe Europe Universalis thing? Europa Universalis? What could it be, chat? What other series is there? Series. Yeah, it's okay. It's Europa Universalis 5. Interesting. It's a grand strategy game. It takes forever to play around, but it's had its fans. Curious what they might think about this.
This will truly be the birth of a new world. A world where we are the one and only human race!
I'm afraid your friends came far too late.
I see the years haven't been kind.
I know about the Alpha. Why is she here?
Okay, I didn't expect super mech action. The cutscene looked a bit stiff, to be honest. But then all of a sudden, super fast mech movement and stuff.
Now it's your turn to suffer! Stay alert now!
Hand over the Alpha and let us end this war.
Oh, Mother. Thank you.
Your sole directive is to now serve and comply. Do you comply?
No.
Looks a bit like Super Hot or something. I don't. Only distantly. Super Hot though. I don't know. Could it be Super Hot, chat?
I can feel it.
No, it's Void Breaker. I don't know.
You guys having fun so far? We got a lot of shows still coming your way. All right. Now
I'm
it is
sure how
time
long
to
this
head
will
back
go.
into the wasteland. We're talking about the TGA award-winning Fallout series based on Bethesda's legendary RPG franchise. Season 1 earned universal praise for its tone, storytelling, and original characters, not to mention how faithfully it brought Bethesda's game world to life. Well, later this year, the series returns to Prime Video for Season 2. To tell us more, please welcome to ONL some very special guests. Series executive producer Jonathan Nolan, executive producer Geneva Robertson
the
Doran,
brother of
and stars
Christopher
Ella
Nolan.
Purnell and Aaron Moten.
2 hours of trailers, okay. We're talking about the Fallout series for the show. one sound in the music sounds like somebody is walking, you know, like footsteps.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you all. Welcome to Cologne and Gamescom. Jonah, you know, we've got 5,000 Fallout fans here in the hall tonight, millions more watching online, and we can't wait to hear about the new season.
Yeah, we're very excited. We literally just wrapped, jumped on a plane, and came out to see you guys. Gamescom is actually really kind of where it started for us, the journey on this show. It was 2 years ago. We asked Todd Howard to come here and show the very first footage that anyone had seen anywhere of the first season. We didn't come because we figured if the reception was negative, we'd just blame it on Todd. So we're back, and given that history, it's that much more disappointing that we didn't bring any footage to show you guys.
Well, let's talk a bit about season 2. As we see behind us, it looks like we're headed to New Vegas, right, Janelle?
Yes, Lucy and the Ghoul ended last season dealing with a lot of family troubles. So we thought it would only be right to send them to the most family-friendly town in the Wasteland to go deal with their shit. And along the way, we're really excited to take them all to some of our favorite locations from the game.
Oh my God, yeah, it's such a classic game, and we're very excited to see what you have in store for us for season 2. Ella, it's great to see you again. Thanks for coming out to Cologne.
Hello.
Last time we saw you was at Game Awards when Fallout won. Best
no, it's the
adaptation. You were up against
TV
yourself
show
in Arcane, and you won for Fallout. Congratulations. We want to talk about Lucy's journey in season 2. You know, how do you think her exposure to the Wasteland is?
I didn't know that Jonathan Nolan is working on it. That's
Yes.
actually interesting.
The question is, what is she gonna do when
He's
she
also
finds
doing
her dad? Is she gonna bring him back to her
directing
vault
in some of
and
the.
give
Just
him
looked
justice,
through the
or is she gonna
episode
give him
list.
wasteland justice?
In the
Which
first
is
season,
Ghouls.
he directed
Justice,
like
I think,
the
a
first
central
two
question of the
episodes, 3
season
episodes.
Is whether Lucy will transform the Ghoul or whether the Ghoul will transform Lucy, and how much they will influence each other.
Okay, I like it. Aaron, let's talk a bit about Maximus. He went through quite an evolution last season. Now that Lucy and Ghoul are kind of heading to New Vegas, tell us about Maximus. How does he get deeper into the Brotherhood of Steel
I think
this season?
the Fallout or Microsoft might reveal a
yeah,
new
when we first met
Fallout
Maximus,
game. I mean,
all he wanted was to be a knight. And now, in very Fallout fashion, it's a little bit of a careful what you
on
wish
paper,
for
Elder Scrolls would be next.
So here he is now with this newfound status, trying to make the world a better place in extremely, or I guess deeply, flawed society.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we cannot wait to see what you guys have in store for season 2. Let's talk a bit about Ghoul. Can we expect more sort of Cooper Howard flashbacks as well in season 2?
Yes, absolutely. Cooper Howard and the Ghoul, played by the amazing Walton Goggins, definitely coming back. We have so much more to do. Obviously, we ended the last season with Cooper Howard dealing with, I think, a very common marriage problem. What do you do when you find out your spouse is planning nuclear war? And so he's going to figure that out. And as he does, he's going to uncover a greater conspiracy with huge implications for the Wasteland.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing how that unravels. Now, season 1, of course, was known for amazing original characters that you guys built in the Fallout world. We thought that was so cool. But now that you're diving a little more directly into New Vegas, I think
Jonathan
fans
Nolan's
wanna
also
know, are we gonna see any more direct ties
executive
to the video
producer.
game and characters, locations in this season?
Well, we're super proud of the original story that Geneva and Graham are telling.
Geneva is also one of the writers, in case
One
people
character in particular from New
wonders.
Vegas that I was really excited at the possibility of seeing a little bit more from. We're writers, we're no good at describing this stuff. Maybe we should, pictures worth 1,000 words?
Oh.
I think so.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like then we might get to hear a little bit more Seal season 2. Is that possible tonight?
Well, I don't know, Jeff. I heard you like world premieres.
We like those, right, guys? Right, Gamescom?
Gamescom. All right, Gamescom. Here's the world premiere of our teaser trailer for season 2 of Fallout, streaming this December on Fallout Prime Video all over the world.
Amazing. All right, let's check it out. Thanks so much, guys. Here we go. How about that? That looks incredible. Deathclaw, of course, in our first look at the new season, and Robert House is Jonathan Tease, played by Justin Theroux. It is an amazing Gamescom exclusive, and we've got another one for you. The first drop of the all-new Season 2 posters. We cannot wait to see what Lucy, Maximus, and the Ghoul have in store for us when Fallout Season 2 begins December 17th, with new episodes premiering weekly on Prime Video. All right, now back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. That looks so awesome. I can't wait. But last year, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was acclaimed for its incredible gameplay and story. And
Hey,
next
I'm
month,
nice to see
the
you.
adventure continues with The Order of Giants, a story expansion with new puzzles and foes. Here is your first look at the
Order of
gameplay
Giants.
and a special announcement.
Nice DLC for Indiana. I have to continue that game. Forgot about it. Such a nice game. And this is yeah, new expansion / DLC for it.
What do you know about the legend of the Nameless Crusader?
Fierce warrior. Fought in the siege of Antioch, 1097 AD. Very tall, like a giant.
Pope Paul IV had an item of this crusader in his possession, his helmet.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I see the helmet, I'll leave it exactly as I found it. Sound good? Oops. Giant guardians. Their roots go way, way back. Worshipped by the Mithras cult.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they already said that Resident Evil Requiem will be there.
Impressive for a snake.
Such a good job with Indiana Jones.
It says Semper Vivus.
Yeah, today we stream onto the English YouTube channel, so we go with English, but you can write in German if you want.
Not dead. He's not in a tomb.
Also there was a giant in the game in the beginning and stuff. You follow him and so on and so forth. There definitely some stuff in the main game that references already. Okay, that's cute. Also coming to Switch 2.
Indiana
Nice.
Jones and the Order of Giants is coming on September 4th. And as we just announced, it will also be released on Nintendo Switch 2 in 2026. Yeah, you can clap, of course. Now, let's step into the world of Deadpool. First announced at Summer Game Fest, here is the latest trailer for Deadpool VR, which reveals more of the villains and the release date.
My massive, galaxy-spanning streaming network is expanding.
Nice imagery.
To score eyeballs, I need talent.
Now that is efficient exposition.
The biggest, baddest bastards recruited across time and space. They require persuasion.
Look who it is. Spyro Gyro, a deluxe portal for 2, if you please.
Adoring fans will be watching your every move.
Fighting on a reality show to the cheers of trillions.
Minimum effort. I have little tolerance for low ratings.
Oh, shit. OMG.
Okay, only for the Meta Quest 3.
Yeah, that's right. Mojo is in Deadpool VR 2, voiced by John Leguizamo. Now,
Colonia, Claudia.
world premiere.
Creepy nennen. Didn't listen what she said, unfortunately. We see a tank.
The World of Tanks Update 2.0 lands September 3rd. This is the biggest
2.0.
update in the game's history, featuring 16 Tier 11 tanks and tons of new and upgraded features.
Absolutely. All right, next. Saber and Focus delivered
Well,
Space
it's World of
Marine
Tanks,
2,
I
one
guess.
of the most fun action games of the generation. Well, next year they are set to do it again in John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This FPS action game combines classic
Toxic
80s
Commando,
action
huh?
horror with over-the-top humor.
Well, here is the world gameplay premiere of John
It is a
Carpenter's
pretty, yeah.
Toxic
It's about
Commando.
matches online. You play against other players. Everybody has a tank and stuff like this.
Improvise.
Okay, I like the music already. Saber again. What's Saber producing?
Liar, liar! Zombie on fire!
Oopsie!
They're wrecking our ride!
Could use some help now.
I need some first. Can you all please cover me?
Whatever works.
Interesting.
Super fun. All right, our next
So who
reveal
is Saber?
comes from
Who
a
bought
true
Saber? Is this,
legend of game
is
design,
it also part
Ron
of
Gilbert,
Focus
the mind
Entertainment?
behind Monkey Island, Maniac Mansion, so many other classic games that defined the golden age of point-and-click adventure games in the 80s and 90s. I loved those games growing up. Well, now Ron is back with something completely
Saber's
new
massive.
and
Didn't
completely
expect that.
unexpected. It's called Death by Scrolling, a roguelike, vertically scrolling RPG set in purgatory where you'll battle waves of enemies, hoard gold, and do everything you can to stay one step ahead of the Grim Reaper herself. Here's the first ever look.
Saber also, for example, works on Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 and stuff. You know, they made the Kingdom Come Deliverance mod. Bigger company, didn't expect that. No Runner they made. Get some remasters. As the Crisis remasters are also made by them. Mud Runner. Oh, they also did Vampire. Interesting. That was some time ago, right? 2019. Oh god. That feels like it was more recent. Seems like they're also working on a Turok Origins game.
It's very fun. I've actually been playing this game over the past few weeks, and trust me, it is dangerously addictive. The screen, as you can see, never stops moving, so you're constantly on the move fighting to stay alive. A really fun game. Make sure to check it out. All right, now onto a studio known for its unforgettable storytelling. Back in 2019, the groundbreaking RPG Disco Elysium took home 4 Game Awards.
Oh.
Since then, Zaum, the studio behind it, has been through a host of changes, but tonight, 6 years later, those who now make up the studio are ready to give the world the very first look at their next CRPG. It's a dive into the shadowy world of espionage, where the truth can be stranger than fiction, and every failure isn't the end, but the start of a new path.
That's interesting. The Russian developer. At least they were Russian. I'm not sure if they moved around.
Her name was Herschel. Dark gold hair, a well-worn life beneath. A dandelion puff, waiting to be blown. She tried to look out for me. For us. None of it mattered in the end. Everything she touched rippled into failure.
Very interesting. There's some stuff going on behind the scenes, a bit complicated.
For responsibility projects here at Gamescom that we hold very close to our hearts. This year, we are giving the stage to highlight one of the many great initiatives. It's dedicated to all the games promoting democracy. We invited a developer to learn more about it, and I'm here with Jörg Friedrich, CEO of Paint Bucket Games from Germany. Hello, tell us about the game you made, The Darkest
Der Jörg wieder am Start.
Hi, thank you. In The Darkest Files, we tell the true story of Fritz Bauer, who was persecuted by the Nazis and forced to flee Germany, only to return after the war to fight them with the sharpest sword of democracy, the rule of law. It shows how quickly a constitutional state can become an unjust state and how this leads to darkness. But it also shows that we cannot simply stand by and watch. When this happens, we must take action.
Indeed. There are other examples like your game playable here at Gamescom, such as Glass House by Flat28 Collective from Italy, a story-rich CRPG set in a lockdown apartment block at the dawn of a world war. And Compensation Not Guaranteed by Team Project Lunch from Singapore, a document checker thriller about a post-colonial country from the perspective of a government official worker. So, Jörg, can you tell us why these games are so
Okay, I just double-checked what he what's going on.
Games are more than entertainment. Like any great
Paint Bucket
art
also
form,
made
they reflect our concerns,
a game called Through the
fears, our
Darkest of
hopes,
Time.
and what preoccupies us. Democracy is under attack right now. Minority rights are being violated, and the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. So games are a powerful medium for addressing these issues, and they have the potential to inspire change. I am glad that not only are many people in the global games industry engaging in projects like this, but also more and more institutions like the European Commission or the United Nations.
A very important message. Thank you so much, Jörg. And of course, thank
So
you to all
yeah,
the
that game
dedicated
is
developers
about
around the world who put so
Nazis
much heart
taking
and
power
soul
in
into
Germany
those
from
games,
this time.
making the world a little better. Please check them out, everyone, and check out all the great initiatives of Gamescom Cares. Now,
A very
we have much more
historical
Gamescom
and
ONL
stuff.
to come next. It's a very special performance of the music of Clair Obscur Expedition 33 plus Resident Evil Requiem.
Okay, new game for Schnarke. I like that they just understand their audience. Neverness to Everness.
You're just a part of my life, and you're just a part of
Oh, Humphrey Carpenter did write a biography of Overtone. Yeah, that's true. I have it in my thing here. Yeah, the John Carpenter is a very influential filmmaker, of course. I'm not sure they are related though. The moment I thought, okay, you won't tell me that John Carpenter and Humphrey Carpenter are related.
After an ageless slumber, the primal flow awakens once more.
It is fate that brought us together.
Shisha, such a pathetic place.
Who is this guy? What does he want?
Your ignorance is despicable. A power stirs deep beneath us. Whatever's lurking, it's behind this gate.
The ground is shaking! It's people!
Level 60 B-Funk.
We have to take it down!
How long have they been trapped in here?
Look somewhat.
Be it destiny or chaos, I shall break the cycle! Time for the final reckoning.
Hammer auf Speed. Okay, now Fortnite start. So they have a Squid Game mode or whatever. Maybe it already existed. I don't know. Motorsport is this Battlefield, but it's not Battlefield. Is this Battlefield? It's too hard Battlefield flash from this. No, it's Delta Force, that's why. Delta Force really similar. I was want to say maybe it's the other Battlefield, so Delta Force.
Launches today on PS5 and Xbox, and the best part, it is free to play. Now it is time for something truly special, and one of the most requested moments from our community this year. Earlier in 2025, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the debut title from French indie studio Sandfall Interactive, captured hearts with its stunning Belle Epoque-inspired world and unforgettable style.
Absolutely. This is a very special game, and tonight we wanted to bring that world to life right here on stage at ONL with a special acoustic performance from the game's soundtrack. Please join me in welcoming, for their first big live performance ever, the composer of the game, Laurent Testard, and vocalist Alice Dupont-Pussier, performing Alicia from Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
It was absolutely beautiful, absolutely amazing. Thank you so, so much. And we have so much more opening night live right after this.
Since ancient times,
So, that was the musical act. Let's short up for a moment. Oh, Ninja Gaiden.
in the spotlight.
4, I assume.
Your clan, the Raven clan, has always had a secret motive.
Thanks. I owe you one, Hayabusa.
Expect heavy resistance from the DDO. We're all counting on you, Yakumo.
Holy moly.
Yakumo, just focus on the hostiles for now.
You think his sword is cutting edge, chat?
Stop this madness. Stay away from the Dark Dragon Seal. Go back home to your little raven nest. Or die here.
If you truly think you have what it takes to slay the Dark Dragon, prove it.
The very fiend that resurrected the Dark Dragon years ago. Even a mortal such as yourself has heard of me? I'm sure. Die, insect.
The Ninja Gaiden series always had its
Please, don't kill
had
me.
its
The whole world's at stake.
quite difficult series to play. Like usually the difficulty is really high in these games. I just know the NES first Ninja Gaiden game. It was just so brutal.
Make sure to spread some love to these amazing developers and teams behind them, and wishlist your next favorite game on Steam by checking out our Gamescom Steam event. And the best thing is you'll find even more games from this year's Gamescom show floors, from beloved indies to big blockbuster titles, by scanning the QR code below. Now it's time for the world gameplay premiere of an MMO shooter set in a post-apocalyptic dystopian Seoul, South Korea. From NCSoft, this is Cinder City, blending narrative-driven shooter action
Okay,
with
there's a lot of
seamless
words in combination. I think okay, it will be interesting.
Freeze, ADF!
MMO shooter, dystopian city.
Drop your weapon or we'll shoot!
Drop your weapon, last warning!
You've crossed the line. Are you trying to get us all killed here?
3 minutes to drop. Everyone stand by.
To be fair, it seems like I assume a game from a South Korean studio. Those are usually quite competent developers. They kind of spent many years refining their craft in grinding cash grab games. But now they kind of explore other genres. And they're kind of good at what they are doing. I guess also some Chinese developers doing stuff here and there. Okay, you can fly a helicopter. Not sure if it's a game for me. If it's Unreal Engine, it will also run terribly on any machine. Also saw that some FPS drops, I think.
But that's not all. We've now got a second brand new game from NCSoft. Time Takers is a competitive team-based survival shooter where the ultimate prize isn't points, it's time itself. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
I floated in an ale-induced stupor, a ghost of my former glory. Until one day when I was stabbed. I thought I died. Instead, I was given a second chance in a strange world, alongside rogues from across the timescape.
Hello. Hi. How you doing? I'm fine. I'm a boss. Get it right. If you don't think, say bye.
And we were promised to fix our past. I guess that's what we're here.
Okay, Sinner City uses Unreal Engine 5. That can mean either they managed to kind of make it work, or it runs like absolute trash. I'm getting too old for this shit. Okay, Silent Hill F.
For decades, Silent Hill has
40, I
defined
think.
psychological
It's
horror in
these musical
And
symbol
tonight,
for
the fog
louder.
rolls in once again.
For loud.
Here's a brand new look at Silent Hill F from Konami, including the reveal of the American voiceover actress Susie Young as Hinako.
Cargo 1 to HQ. We haven't found an active suspect at the scene. Chances are good that it's still in the capital water. We better consider the hunt. Over. Last seen fleeing to Neyoshi Shrine. Exercise extreme caution.
Also a spooky game.
You saved my life and laid claim to my soul. In turn,
And you do the setting for Silent Hill though.
by claiming the life of your own self.
What's that? What is this place?
This one.
Usually Silent Hill plays in the United States, I guess.
Better get going.
Not in Japan, but it seems also Japan has its Silent Hill. Oh, you can hide. The grotesque puppet there looked definitely was a bit reminiscent of the old Silent Hill. I mean, in Silent Hill you can always shoot back and fight, to be fair. You're usually quite bad at it.
With that in mind, today's a bit too extraordinary.
So this is where you are. I wondered where you had gone. You need to start getting ready. It's time to say your goodbyes. You're going to kill them with your own hands.
What's going on? No. It's got my home too. The halls, the doors, everything's changed.
Is this a classic phone sound?
Tell me, who are you?
the Model 500 by Henry Dreyfuss. I have it here. No, it's not. Different.
It must be hard for you to bid farewell to childhood friends.
Just was curious. Dante Alighieri. Okay, what game do we have here, chat? I could also read it. I only read. Oh. Doesn't look like Devil May Cry. There was a game called Dante's Inferno, which is a bit based on that. Games presents. Divina. What's the other letter? Romania?
Traveler ND3500. Initiating the travel log.
This is the Traveler, an agent of a shadowy faction known only as the Collective. And in Chronos The New Dawn, you'll step into their role. From Polish horror powerhouse Bloober Team, nominated last year at the Game Awards for their Silent Hill 2 remake,
that's what I'm going to say.
Survival horror. In this world, the dead
they made the Silent Hill
find
remake.
each other, they merge into something far more terrifying. Launching September 5th, here's your brand new
Comedia.
look
Okay.
at Chronos The New Dawn.
I wasn't sure if I read the letters right. So Divine, this is I forgot what it's called. But yeah, he also made the Dante Alighieri also made the Divine Comedy. There was a game that called Dante's Inferno from 2010. That's potentially nothing. Maybe.
Are you glad to see me, friend?
Looking at the character, it looks kind of similar. Not sure if it is related. Kind of interesting. Okay, a little Dead Space element with the stomping on the dead. To be fair, there was another game where you did this. It was Silent Hill, Silent Hill reference with the little wheelchair going on there.
Stay calm.
Could swear there was this designer I've seen before. Maybe there was another trailer in the past already. Kronos.
All right, for our next trailer, let's turn it over to the head of sequels at Obsidian Entertainment.
Guten Tag, Gamescom. Look at this. Tens of thousands of Europeans packed into one building in the dead of summer with absolutely no air conditioning. This is the type of dystopia we here at Obsidian Entertainment absolutely respect. What is this? Am I experiencing Schadenfreude right now? I may have messed up the pronunciation, but you knew the idea. How are you? My name is Mark. I am the head of sequels here at Obsidian Entertainment.
Outer Worlds.
I got big news. I am going to drop a
one of those. I always forget mix
trailer
them up.
for the Outer Worlds 2. What are you going to get? More planets, more chaos, and an actual release date now that GTA 6 got pushed to the spring. So strap on in. Stock up on some gummy bears, stock up on your favorite pretzels. Get ready. Here comes the Outer Worlds 2 trailer. Roll it, Geoff. It's got to be Geoff that's rolling it, right?
And now, a trailer for the part of the game you'll remember more than the ending. The Companions.
Let's skip the diplomacy.
Chemically enhancing your statistically unsafe lifestyle. This might sting a lot.
Who's an enemy?
Son of a spread.
Trailer.
Be grateful you're not on fire.
And no, you can't sleep with them.
Hey, Nvidia, nice to see you. Yeah, the first one was speedrun in 20 minutes or something. I mean, to be fair, you can also complete Elden Ring in 5 minutes.
Lots more to come here at ONL, but now a first
Unrestricted
look at
category.
Inzoi Island Getaway with Inzoi's first and free DLC, which is coming tomorrow.
Sonic 2. What is going on here, chat? I don't understand anymore. Inzoi, that's this weird... Basically The Sims, just Unreal Engine and looks like this. Is it like The Sims? I'm not sure. Somewhat? Don't ask me. I have not played it. Just heard about it.
Where calamity began, this trial shall end. Awakeners, prepare for
again,
the final
them.
confrontation.
Oh, it's another game that does look very similar. No, this is, what's it called? Star Rail thing? I'm not into all these. What is it called, chat? I forgot the name. Honkai Star Rail? Is it that? Wait. You look like Genos from One Punch Man. No, it's Fate Trigger. It's something completely different. But they all look the same. Another game for Schnarke, yeah. Here's another one.
あいつらとの冒険は騒がしくて大変だったけど、なんとかなってよかったな。けどな、 俺たちにまた一つ面白い運命が待ち受けてる気がするんだ。多分楽な冒険じゃないだろうな。この広い世界にはたくさんの試練もあるはずだ。だけど俺たちが力を合わせれば
You can write in German if you want. In the German channel.
何ぼーっとしてんだよ。やることが山ほどあるんだ。早く出発するぞ。さてさてさて。
You said it, I think.
が始まるってよ。絶対参加してくれよな。
何？The ROG ally. Okay, that looks cooler than I anticipated. There was a game with anime boobs, so I thought you would like it. Yes, iframes. I like it already. Cool little trailer.
It brought you here, my fire. My fire.
Vampire Bloodlines 2.
Don't listen.
Your reputation is legend. Oh my, you.
Sorry, my
I
microphone
think
was
I know what you
switchy.
are.
The Vampire is like a, as the name suggests, franchise where you know, from tabletop RPGs, and there are different vampire factions, and you play there as a vampire. And they made a game called Vampire Bloodlines ages ago, maybe 2004 or something, I don't know. 2003, I would assume. When I look it up. And placed in that universe. There was Vampire the Masquerade and stuff like this.
There was some big news. We finally have
Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline 2004.
Vampire Bloodlines 2, October 21st of this year. And next, since we're here in Germany, it is only fitting to spotlight a homegrown success story. The deep survival crafting of Enshrouded from Keen Games in Frankfurt. Still in early access, Enshrouded has already let friends adventure, fight,
Enshrouded.
and build together in
That's
endless
very cool,
ways.
actually.
But tonight, the world is about
From
to
Germany.
change forever. A new force is coming.
One of
that
the
will
most
redefine
successful
how you
games made in
explore,
Germany,
how
I
you
think,
build,
in recent
and
years.
how you survive. It's a monumental edition, and you're hearing about it first, right here at Opening Night Live.
Listen. I dreamt of a time before the corruption.
It's a co-op survival game,
for survival.
like the Moria game
I
or
dreamt of a shimmering home and of exile. To find peace,
I don't know,
we must break
Raft and so on.
the deep.
Just different. I think it's voxel based though, so you can basically destroy everything in this game.
Gods whisper, and an ancient fury awakens.
It looked fun. I have not really played it, so I can't talk much about it.
Purge the profane, and
But it's nice to see
to yield to our will.
a German
For there is
developer
no greater
has this
power
kind of success.
than
So
the flame of the faithful.
I like the sponsored by the German thing.
Awesome. And tonight at ONL, we have news of the latest Xbox franchise that is coming to PlayStation for the first time, and the reveal of brand new expansion.
Right, the fighting system is not bad. As bad. Okay. It's Vampires. Is it? Yeah, that's Age of Empires 4, isn't it? Yeah, it's 4. I didn't. The problem is I always talk to chat and I don't listen what she says next, and I have to guess the game. What game could it be? I played a bit of Age of Empires 4, and I think I kind of like what they did with some of the stuff. But I'm just too bad at playing RTS games online, so I usually drop them very fast. And to be fair, also, like, it had some issues at the start. So, especially the professional scene kind of skipped the game and returned back to Age of Empires 2 again. Okay, that's a Kingdom Come Deliverance. Right, 2.
Honored friends, masters of the blacksmith guild, let me
You said the
introduce a young
C word
master of our
or
craft
K word.
and new owner of Gutenberg's old forge, Henry of Skalitz.
Ready? We can begin.
Nice.
First look at Legacy of the Forge, the second story expansion for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You'll put your blacksmithing skills to the test to acquire and repair a legendary burnt-down forge with brand new design features. All right. Do we have any Cult of the Lamb fans in here?
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2
Big news for the Dark
came out
Age
this year?
Adventure management hybrid game.
Holy moly.
Here's the announcement of a major expansion to the game.
It was received very positively, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Haven't played it yet. Looked a bit... Nura played it. So I looked there a little bit into it. When it comes to Games of the Year stuff, it definitely is a contender, I think. Though I guess the problem is it came out in February, 4th of February 2024, at 5. So people might have forgotten already that it ever came out. Claire Obscure is like in more recent memory. In case you wonder.
Awesome. Now, last year, World of
It's Cult of the
Warcraft
Lamb.
celebrated its 20th anniversary and kicked off its 3-expansion story arc, the World Souls Saga. Here to tell us more about what's to come is executive producer Holly Longdale.
I didn't listen again. What did she say? Yeah, they show World of Warcraft Midnight, the new expansion. Are you playing World of Warcraft?
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here to reveal our next adventure, World of Warcraft Midnight. I'm equally excited to welcome you all home with our new housing feature. And if you're here at Gamescom,
Is this a Frostmourne
and check it out on the
on
show
the
floor.
zip thing?
We have a lot coming in
kind of
this
funny.
next expansion.
Is that called Frostmourne? My World of Warcraft, my
To start
Warcraft 3
on the
came out a long
horizon,
time ago.
There's a looming darkness, and it's threatening.
I just want to point out that I recognize this, even though I'm not. I haven't played World of Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft for 2 weeks when it came out, and then I stopped and never went back.
And about hope, and about heroes who rise when
I
the
played World of
world
Warcraft a
needs
bit.
them most.
Not
And
the normal
it's
Warcraft
about
3 and
the
Frozen,
bonds
the
that tie
Frozen
us
Throne.
together. And it all starts at
Yeah,
the
I played the
Sunwell.
mission where a
And if
certain
any of you have
character
ever
goes
played
to the
WoW,
Icelands and get this
Do you
particular
remember
sword.
the Sunwell?
He does not listen to Muradin.
With that in mind, please enjoy the premiere of our cinematic introduction to Midnight.
I have no clue what's going on in the World of Warcraft lore at all.
Illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can.
Yeah, the cinematics of World of Warcraft always
The time for prayer has passed.
are kind of pretty impressive.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. Sunwell will not fall.
Not while we draw breath.
Well,
what a great cinematic. Nobody does those better than Blizzard, and
that's true.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, next is
That's
the
really
global
good cinematics.
announcement of a new project from Team J, the dev team behind Delta Force. Project Spectrum is a tactical shooter for the fearless. It is a physiological horror PvEVP game. That's right, where you battle against monsters, other players, and your own sanity as widespread anomalies twist around the world. Face the horror or become the horror itself.
Can you describe the sound in the recording?
Sorry.
Let's go back to the start.
I remember the wind. Strong wind. What the hell happened here?
We got company!
Okay, welcome back, Rosemary. Who was the character, Amnu, that we just saw the...
But sometimes
with the...
lost
who was with the void?
and bury truths. What do you think? What if you are the beast?
The beast?
But yeah, the big times of World of Warcraft might be over. Still, it's a very hell of a popular game.
Let's go back to the start.
All right, this next world premiere feels familiar, yet it is something brand new from Wargaming. And trust me, you've seen them with tanks, but you haven't seen them do anything like this before. And it's coming to PC, consoles, and Steam Deck.
Okay. That explains the trailer we have just seen. The other one. Usually World of Tanks is more a tactical game, like where you hide in certain locations and have to find angles on the enemy and stuff in your tank. And here they just go make they do stuff that's actually crazy. Kind of funny.
This October, Sucker Punch and PlayStation take us back to the year 1603 into the sandals of Atsu, a lone ronin driven by a single purpose to avenge the brutal slaughter of her family at the hands of the ruthless Yotei 6. Tonight, we have a new look at the deadly, beautiful world of Ghost of Yotei.
The tanks remind you of a little small cyberpunk car that I used to drive. Oh, Ghost of Yotei stuff. Yeah, they could also park them perfectly. I'm pretty sure about that. There's a woman I just looked up. Is Xalatas? Is this how she's pronounced? Currently in the World of Warcraft wiki and try to figure out what's her story. The Harbinger is an ancient and malevolent being of the void. Why does she look like an looks like a night elf or something a bit.
I watched that tree burn. How did you escape?
Same way. I survived every battle. The thought of killing you. Ruthless spirits, wandering the land, driven by vengeance.
I'm interested that this game is made by an American studio. They made a Ghost of Tsushima. Now they make Ghost of Yotei. How that's pronounced. Where the stress is. I think on the first syllable.
There you have it, an amazing new look at Ghost of Yotei, out October 2nd for PS5 and confirmed today on ONL. It's also getting a Legends co-op multiplayer DLC in 2026 with fantastical supernatural story and survival missions, all free if you own the base game. For nearly 3 decades, Resident Evil has terrified, thrilled, and defined the survival horror genre. Now, a new chapter rises from the shadows. Back in June at Summer Game Fest, we gave you the first glimpse at Resident Evil Requiem, and tonight we are diving deeper with a brand new look that explores the haunting backstory of the game's protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, and why she may be the key to surviving what's
finally. Oh, the 2 hours are almost over, so there is either this one, the last one, or there's one more thing at the end that surprises us all.
Hang on.
What was the name? Bibzuda is unfortunately not here.
If you're gonna work so late.
She's in a game, I think.
Get some sleep, eh? I'm almost done, just a sec.
What is her mother's name?
It's really coming down.
She's not in the game I played though.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
Lisa Ashcroft is the name, the mother.
Stay close.
Yes.
Mom, wait.
Grace, keep moving.
Oh, who's that? Oh.
so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry. I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
Come on in here, Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
Oh, next year, February. Very curious what this will be.
That game is insane. I got to see that sequence in Osaka about a month ago. There's a lot more to share, and there is a reason it was the most wishlisted title coming out of Summer Game Fest this June. Now, for those of you here in the arena tonight at Gamescom, there's some good news, because you'll be over on the show floor, be the first players in the world to get hands-on with a playable demo of Resident Evil Requiem at the Capcom booth as we count down to the launch in February.
They have a playable demo of that.
Takuchi-san for that special look. And with that, Gamescom Opening Night Live comes to a close. But the celebration of gaming doesn't stop here. We'll be back on Thursday, December 11th for the Game Awards, streaming live around the world as we honor the best games of the year and give you a glimpse of what's coming in 2026 and beyond with tons of brand new game announcements. You're leaving, but before we say goodnight, we do have one last surprise. A global announcement from a studio that walked away with multiple Game Awards wins for its last project. Please, take a look.
Game Science. Screw me, what was the studio? Wukong. Is Wukong?
Help me. You ain't even trying. It's all me. Look at that belly of yours. Where's the mountain? Hey, you're falling fat, losing again. Drop that Codswallop. Master will take us back, as long as we keep that mountain in our heart. Hey. No scolding, no flogging, life spared. No risk going back. This place, we've got food on our table and... They're coming for us.
Ganondorf. Strong one, Dark Marking.
There's a special announcement. Game Science has announced and kicked off development of the second title in the Black Myth series, this time starring Zhong Kui, the ghost-catching god who wanders between hell and earth. This will once again be a single-player ARPG rooted in ancient Chinese myth.
Okay, it's not a DLC, it's the next game.
Black Myth series, the westward journey won't end here either. It's been amazing opening night live tonight. Thank you so much to Shox for joining me.
Thank you so much, Geoff. I had so much fun. Also, a huge announcement at the end of that to close out Opening Night Live this year and kick off Gamescom 2025. It's been so much fun to host this thing again with you, Geoff. What an amazing show.
Oh, it was such an amazing show. Great job to you. Thanks for coming back again, Shox. And thank you to everyone for watching online and here, the audience in Cologne. What a great night. Have a great Gamescom 2025. And we'll see you on December 11th for the Game Awards in LA. Good night, everybody.
Okay, chat. Always a bit difficult because I know people watch this here and for the first time, so I don't want to talk too much over the stuff. So of course now we have to intensively talk about things, I don't know. Next year, thanks for joining us, Opening Night Live. We hope you enjoyed the show. Please note that this show has included product placement. And to be fair, Black Ops 7 looked kind of crazy, to be honest. I'm not too deep into the Black Ops Call of Duty universe, but it's interesting to say the least. Did not expect something like this. We just mute it now down and let's let it run again. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Is it a crash? I don't know. I still think they kind of put in a lot of modes. It's a big franchise. You don't have to like it. It's good gunplay usually. I don't know. I played only some of the open betas of it and stuff. Black Ops. The OS Black Ops. There's Call of Duty, the mainline Call of Duty, usually something, Modern Warfare, whatever. And yeah, there's also like, it's kind of a spin-off series of this. It's called Black Ops. And they kind of do this 1 year. It's the classic Call of Duty, which is also developed by Infinity Ward. And then it's Black Ops, which is developed by Triarch. There are two developers for this. Big studios. Like a lot of people work on these games. And it seems pretty strange. Like they have flying islands and I don't know, it looks knives sticking in the ground. Seems like some kind of, I don't know, either it's Inception, they are going to dreams or the psyche of people, or it's kind of virtual reality or whatever, I don't know. Then the Matrix now, I have no idea what's going on there. It looks kind of unusual for Call of Duty. And they did also some interesting stuff, the Call of Duty series. Right? Like in these games, also in Apex Legends, which is also a Battle Royale game, and in Warzone, it's the Call of Duty Battle Royale thing. Battle Royale is basically you have a huge open world map and a kind of mechanic that's a big circle that goes smaller and smaller over time. At the end, the guy wins, the person or the team wins who's last standing, has killed everybody else, and they are the only ones left in this world, that in this map that gets smaller and smaller. That's a battle royale mode. And Call of Duty also went into this, didn't invent it though, but went into this with Warzone. And in this context, I'm not sure if it was solely Call of Duty, but it seemed to me like Call of Duty made it viable to play these games with controller, which is unusual because in first-person shooters you usually play with mouse and keyboard. The best players in the world would play with mouse and keyboard because it's better, simply for aiming and stuff. But due to like some auto-aim adjustments and kind of tracking, they managed to kind of find a way that works so smooth that people prefer playing with a controller over mouse and keyboard, and are also better with it. And that's kind of an interesting achievement if you think about it. Oh yeah, that's the Call of Duty stuff. I don't know what to think about it. This trailer here confused me massively, I have to admit. I said, what is going on there? Usually, like, you have to think about Call of Duty campaigns are usually these Cold War stories, and you have to, I don't know, find some dude or have to fight, I don't know, some drug lord, and then there are deeper ties, and then you have to uncover whatever. You know, it's more grounded usually. There are some exceptions, like, I don't know, Infinite Warfare or something, but this is kind of, it seems to me, like I said, I'm not a Call of Duty player at all. So first of all, I'm not, since I don't play it, and I haven't played it in ages. Like the last Call of Duty I actively played came out 2007, so before Schnarke was born, I think, or Meeking or whatever. It's kind of crazy, I think. And then was Modern Warfare 1. I think it might be 2008. Call of Duty 4 it was. Modern Warfare it was 2007. No, November 5th of November 2007. That I played a lot. Really liked it. I played also Call of Duty 1 and 2. They were in World War II. And after that I kind of stopped. Never really came back. So I don't have the feeling of, oh no, I'm completely oversaturated with Call of Duty stuff. I don't know. I know it's very unpopular in some crowds, but they have to do something right, else this game would be gone forever. Interestingly, the story behind Call of Duty, in a way, the first Call of Duty, like back in the day when there was like one big shooter that came out in 2002 and also previously, and that was called Medal of Honor, and that was made by EA, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Electronic Arts, and it was kind of very big back in the day. And some of the people, I'm not 100% sure if they were involved in the previous Medal of Honor games. I don't fully remember the story there, but there was like, yeah, they formed Infinity Ward and made a game, and the internal project nickname was Medal of Honor Killer, and they were successful. And we have recently, when we talked about the Battlefield series, we talked about an interview of Vincent Peller, mentioned in the video. He was the chief creative officer for this development back in the day. And yeah, it's kind of fascinating story. Now, Vincent Peller is working on the competition again, left Infinity Ward, Call of Duty behind him, and is now working on Battlefield. It's kind of going full circles. So funny in a way. just from a video game history point of view. But yeah, it's actually, let me look this guy up. Did Vincent Peller work on He worked for Atari for some time. Impella worked at 2015. 2015 was a developer, and they worked on. Okay, that's how it goes. 2015 is a development studio. 2015 Inc. From 1999 to 2002, during which he was credited as a lead designer for the critically acclaimed Medal of Honor Allied Assault. After Allied Assault's success, Impella and Grant Coiler founded Infinity Ward, where they began further Medal of Honor work. Shortly after Infinity Ward's creation, Electronic Arts decided to move Medal of Honor development in-house. Infinity Ward, and instead of, they removed basically the work from Infinity Ward, who should make a Medal of Honor, and they were kind of pissed, and they said, well, no, we make a Medal of Honor killer, and they created Call of Duty. And yeah, today nobody talks about Medal of Honor anymore, and Call of Duty is still around and kind of one of the biggest gaming franchises in history. Kind of a ironic story. So what can we learn from this? Never piss off Vince and Bella. That's potentially a bad idea for business, I guess. But yeah, it's a very interesting story. Call of Duty here. And we see it's Treyarch though. So Vincent Pella is now back working for Electronic Arts. He founded Respawn, or was in charge of Respawn Entertainment. And there oh yeah, that's, by the way, it's the story of Vincent Pella is kind of fascinating in this regard, by the way. So they formed Infinity Ward and made a deal with Activision to create a new game, a new shooter. They called it internally MOH, Medal of Honor Killer. MOH Killer. And that became Call of Duty. And it was very successful, as you probably... Modern Warfare was insanely successful. And then they made Modern Warfare 2 and so on, were really successful. And months after, let me just read the Wikipedia article. Months after the successful release of Modern Warfare 2, Zampella and Jason West were fired by Activision and denied the $36 million in bonuses and royalties they would be expecting. So he's for sure not a poor man, but he kind of made this massive success with Call of Duty, which we still talk about, and yeah. There was some stuff going on behind the scenes. They kicked him out. And now he's doing the Call of Duty killer, basically, and somewhere else. I'm not sure if he will. But, yeah, it's very interesting. They also, like Zampella and his friend Mr. West, sued Activision over the royalty things and so on. And it was a lawsuit going on for quite some time. However, at the end, they had a settlement. And, yeah, must be tens of $millions. I think the exact sum of it is not known. And that's why he left Activision and went back to EA and founding Respawn. And so on and so forth. And now Zampella kind of... But yeah, I always think that's a very interesting history from this. Here we have Ravensoft. Ravensoft, I'm kind of a bit sad, to be honest, because they worked on some pretty cool games in the past, but they kind of are now the Call of Duty support studio, unfortunately. I'm not sure if the original founders are still there, But yeah, they made the Heretic Hexen games back in the day. Not sure if they are actually on the index in Germany. So, Soldier of Fortune, also a game who might be on the index in Germany. But yeah, 2002, Jedi, they made Star Wars Jedi Outcast. Yeah, they made Jedi Outcast and they made Jedi Academy. Also games that were quite influential on me, to be honest. I was not the hugest fan of Academy, though it's a decent game. I really like Jedi Outcast. What a fantastic game for its time. But yeah, it's very interesting. A bit sad to see that they never got a chance to make their own IPs, franchises, stuff, work on something they might want to. So I'm not sure if the original founders of the Raven software people are still there. Really hard to tell. But yeah, enough Call of Duty talk. We have here the Lord of the Fallen stuff. Very curious about that. I think the Lord of the Fallen, Lord of the Fallen was one of the first Souls-like games, the Dark Souls clone, so to say. And the first one was developed by Deck 13 in Germany. 3,000 years ago. Roundabout, chat.
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I'm not sure when it was. Lords of the Fallen. I would say it was 2014. Yeah, 2014. It was not that long ago, to be honest, but it was okay-ish in parts. The start was good, but it kind of fell apart later. Deck 13 then continued making Soul stuff, and they made like The Surge 2, and recently Atlas Fallen. I'm not sure what they did after that, to be honest. And then I'm not sure if there's a successor to it, to be honest. I think there's no direct sequel to it. However, there's a game that's basically a reboot of the series made by a different studio called Hexworks. And they made Lord of the Fallen, which came out, and it was received mixed, kind of, at the beginning. It had potential. It played decent, I would say. It's unfortunate. The biggest problem for Lords of the Fallen was another game called Lies of P, in my opinion, because Lies of P is just flat out better. Lies of P is fantastic. It's really good. It's just better. Until this point, many people tried to make good Souls-likes, and only FromSoft seemed to have the keys to do so. And other game development studios kind of had not the keys to reproduce the success. This changed a bit with Lies of P, I think, which some people say is maybe even better than some of the classic FromSoft Souls games. At least in 3D. Like in 2D, you could argue you have some Metroidvanias with Souls elements, like, I don't know. You could even argue that something like Hollow Knight is kind of distantly some Souls DNA in it as well. However, it's a Metroidvania though, to be fair. And yeah, in the 3D space though, Lords of the Fallen was mixed received, I would say. They put a lot of work in to patch it and to make it better. But ultimately, they were quite overshadowed, I think, by Lies of P. But still, I think it was a decent success. At least decent enough that the game gets a sequel, the reboot of Lords of the Fallen. And yeah, they make some cool trailers, in my opinion, in the past there as well. The kind of feature of it, which we also see here somewhat in the trailer is this here. So basically he has this lantern. You can see it also in some of these scenes. Here we see it. Here is a lantern. And he can kind of use this to go into like a parallel dimension of the current space where things are a bit different. They use for some clever level design stuff, which I found decent. The problem is you get consistently some zombie-like enemies spawn there. The longer you are in it, the more they get. And it's kind of a bit annoying that you can't explore this area in your own pacing. You always are a bit on a hurry. And sometimes it's just a bit much and unfortunate. I think they kind of patched this. They like even a few weeks ago a new patch came out for Lords of the Fallen, so they are actively trying to really improve the game, and I think they did. Also Unreal Engine 5, it looks quite decent, and it ran for Unreal Engine. It actually ran pretty okayish, I think, compared to some other Unreal Engine games. At least on my machine, I think some people might have gotten some problems at the beginning, but it got better with a lot of work that Hexworks put into it, and it got definitely better. I think the biggest news here, and this kind of confuses me a bit, we have PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and then there's Epic Store. Why on earth is it on Epic Store and not on Steam? Like, I don't get this. Did Epic open their Infinite Wallet again and connect it off from Steam or something? I kind of hope that this times were over. Lord. Of Fallen 2. No, it's not on. That's something we have to do research on, unfortunately, chat, because that's something I'm immensely curious about. Also, Silk Song will come out. That's, I guess, also very big news. People waiting for Silk Song for such a long time. Isn't Lords of the Fallen on Steam? I could swear I have it. Yeah, I have it. I have Lords of the Fallen on Steam. Why is his second game not on Steam? But yeah, the launch of Lords of the Fallen was not great. Currently reading a bit, but it seems like it's not coming to Steam. Very strange. Like the art design and stuff of this game usually is quite brutal, but it's also kind of cool. Okay, it's just reading into it. It seems like there's some controversy going on with the director of it or something. The only thing I haven't really gotten into. Okay, it seems like will be Epic Store exclusive, interestingly. I did not expect that, to be fair. But that's a bit unfortunate, chat. But maybe Epic paid for it, so who knows. And we have the Sekiro anime thing, which I kind of find weird because I think the Sekiro story is just very confusing and strange at times. Why not? It's kind of straightforward. I also never found it that interesting. Where the Lego Batman thing, he really liked this game, I think. Looked very similar in many ways to Arkham Asylum and stuff. Rank. Wank. But kind of cute. Could be cool, I don't know. I haven't played Lego games in ages, so there's that. What else do we get here in the trailer thing? Oh no, it's not all yeah, Warhammer thing. Not much to say about this, but it's kind of cool that there's a new RTS coming. Then we had this massive collaboration between Final Fantasy XIV and Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, this guy, Yoshi P, definitely kind of changed a lot of things for Square Enix in a way. He was responsible for the rework of Final Fantasy XIV and it did its success. He also was working on Final Fantasy XVI and so on and was also very successful. So he's definitely on a run currently. A very important person. This here looked really like, it looked really cool. No actual gameplay. That's a pretty cool shot, I think. I don't know why. I kind of like this there thing from below. Yeah, whatever. I thought it was a game, but it was not. It was just a Gamescom trailer. Next game is this weird thing, which I still have no idea. Capcom Presents. Ah, that's Onimusha. What I definitely noticed here is this here looked... I know, you have to play it yourself, how it feels, but I don't know, it looked like the animation looked a bit... It was also pretty cool. To cut him in half and then two guys are coming out of that. I don't know what I saw there, chat, but I felt like some of the animations here looked a bit... Now it works actually, seeing it again. At the beginning I thought, okay, this fighting animation doesn't look that great. But now seeing it again, I don't know what my problem was with it. I don't know. My first impression was not that positive, but now it looks actually better. I don't know what it was. Looked a bit off. So Onimusha also, like, I don't know when it came out, chat. Original Onimusha. PlayStation 2, I think. ...2006, actually PlayStation... Yeah, it was PlayStation 2. I thought it would be earlier, to be honest. Onimusha Warlords. Okay, there was the first Onimusha, and that came out 2001. I thought, hey, that was strange. That was PlayStation 2, Xbox. Well, the Xbox release was a year later or something. It was kind of a timed exclusive, I would assume. It also came for... In 2001 it came out for PlayStation, 2002 it came out for Xbox, 2003 it came out for PC. Weirdly enough, it came out in China 2003. In Russia 2005 and in worldwide release was 2019. Strange. But I remember the Onimusha things back in the day. I have not really played it, to be fair, so I don't have much to say about it, but I definitely know it was kind of popular at its time, the first one. Otherwise they wouldn't have made multiple sequels. And yeah, it's coming back. It was kind of gone for some time. It has this Japanese Oni demon things going on there. Natural world and stuff. Not much to say. Looks pretty cool. Would be a bit unusual because focusing more on some of the more scary supernatural side of things in Japan again as a Souls-like kind of. I would assume it will be. It looks a bit Souls-like. And here we have Satisfactory with Anime Girls. Cool. What is it called? Arknight's Enfield. Also feels like I heard the name before. Paradox Interactive Europe. Europa. How do you pronounce this? Europa Universalis in German, I would always say. But yeah, pretty. Europa Universalis, what I pronounce it in English. A pretty cool series, but a very special interest in a way, because you have to really like your grand strategy games that take a long time to kind of finish around. But all very slow and have a big map, as you can see here, and you do stuff. First I thought it would be maybe something like Age of like Civilization at the beginning, but then I saw the animation, and Civilization is just visually much further than this here. But Civilization also, in comparison, works on a smaller scale. Like I said, this is also like a more niche game, like Grand Strategy. Very few titles that are quite successful. I'm not sure what the Grand Strategy crowd says to this. I'm not into Grand Strategy. I played some 4X games, not currently, but in the past. Kind of interesting. Another anime game thing. What was that again? Demon X Machina Titanic Cyan. First, I thought this here was like Void Breaker, another game. This looked really funny because at the beginning you see these animations and they have these dramatic scenes, but the face animation is so stiff in comparison. Kind of, it looks a bit unnecessarily funny in a way. Like the movement of the character and so on, the animation is just, let's say, very low detail. And there's this very dramatic scenes where the characters don't really express themselves in a way. But you have the voice actor going all out, kind of. So that's a bit strange. But then suddenly cut and it's a mecha game where you're fighting robot mech in super fast combat with super big laser weapon stuff going on here. Yeah, this looked like super hot. But it might just kind of use the style of it and distantly change it and mix it up a bit and then make something else. Who makes this? Let me just Google that who super hot who made this game. It's from 2016. The team making it is called Super Hot Team. But this is Playstack. Stubby Games. Not sure who is the developer and who is the Playstack. Might be the publisher then. Oh, it's also Shadow Drop. Okay, Void Breaker out now. 16. It's early access. It's 10% off also. 16 euros 19 cents for it. If you're interested in it. It's a roguelite FPS thing with destruction. Did not expect that it's a roguelite, but okay, makes sense. Developed by Stubby Games. Website for that.
Ich kann dich nicht hören, es ist so dunkel hier drin.
What's going on? Not working? Yeah, it should work. Let's currently have to find the web. I'm on the wrong side, right? Yes, I was on the wrong page. I currently try to find out. We can maybe run the trailer here again. Do they have a website or something? It's a website. Currently wondering where they are based. Sometimes interesting. Okay, Playstack is has its office in UK. So it's they're from the United Kingdom, in London, England, to be precise. Not sure where the developer of Voidbreaker Stubby Games. It's a solo developer. And he worked on stuff like Tiny Tina's Wonderworld, Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, not sure what that was. Death's Door, interesting, Godfall. Interesting. Harry Schmerry, welcome, nice to see you. Currently discussing here what we see here. We have the Fallout TV show or series. Okay. It just went out. Indiana Jones DLC. That's pretty cool, in my opinion. Indiana Jones. Oh, that's the Colosseum in Rome. Yeah, fantastic game. I've not completed it yet because I too rarely play on my English channel, and I started there, so I have to complete it there. We should maybe jump into this at some point again. Always forget that I really have to put in some time, but I really liked Indiana Jones game. It was fantastic. Then we had this game. That's a Deadpool game. Yeah, I don't know. It's a VR game as well, so for most people not that interesting, I think. They don't have VR access. Then we have the World of Tanks trailer. And yeah, this year where the tanks go completely crazy, definitely kind of indicates already, like it's a 2.0 update for the game, and it already indicates that there's some crazy stuff with the tanks going on. We see later a trailer that kind of encompasses this. Then we had this game, forgot the name of that. Oh yeah, the John Carpenter thing, the John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. I think, isn't this John Carpenter? Like as a cartoonish figure. This also looks pretty cool. Seems a bit like, yeah, Vampire Survivor kind of. Kind of thing called desk rolling. Not the game. This was also interesting. It doesn't look that it doesn't sound or look that interesting potentially, but this is made by the developers of Disco Elysium. Going to buy the roguelike, if you can handle that. Cabin in the Woods meets Stardew Valley. But yeah, very interesting, simply because the developers of the first game, Disco Elysium, was really highly acclaimed. Like, it's a game that is, yeah, got a lot of praise in their day. A fantastic CRPG. That means it's a classic computer role-playing game or classic role-playing game. You have your top-down stuff. It's very focused on options, decisions that you can do, and change the course of the game. That was also done very well in this. There was some weird stuff going on though. Your friends are you, each a separate limb of the whole. There's also some little gameplay footage. Maybe I can pause the game. So yeah, they have this going. It's from Russia though. That's always in the current political thing kind of a problem. I'm not sure if there was something going on after the war breakout. With this, there was also some internal struggle with them, or with somebody in the team, or I forgot what it was, but there were some problems inside the studio that they had to kind of solve. So curious. I'll have to read up on this a little bit more. But yeah, to be fair though, they definitely proved that they can make CRPGs. Like I said, they were vastly popular with what they made last. Most people say, yeah, cool. Next, please. Yeah, this guy here is from Paint Bucket Games, Geoff Keighley. And what's interesting is that Paint Bucket Games made a game called Through the Darkest of Times. And I forgot the story behind that game, how it came to be. But it was developed in Germany. It's about the Nazis in Nazi Germany taking power. Yeah, it has a specific thing. The reason for this is they made in Germany we have the ruling that you can't show publicly swastika, for example. And this always there is an exception though. In art you can do this. But for a very long time in video games, for example, the Wolfenstein series, they were always on the index because they had swastika in them, or for the German version they had to kind of remove those. That was always a problem because video games for a long time were not seen as art. And this game changed that. And it was the first game to be published in Germany that allowed Nazi symbols, including swastika. I'm not sure if it was exactly this game, but it was around this time where there was like a court ruling that kind of allowed video games to show the symbolism in their game in a historical context in the boundaries set for it in Germany as art and so on and so forth. As a result, it was kind of interesting because, like I said, it was the first game. And yeah, the storytelling was held in high regard, though strategy and the gameplay was so simple that kind of heavily criticized for this. Oh, that's what's also interesting. In this guy here, Jörg Friedrich, and I think it was a two-man development team, small indie developer in Germany. Jörg Friedrich and Sebastian Schulz initially met at Jager Development. Jager is an interesting development studio, also from Germany. And they are kind of known for... They made a few games in the past. I'm not sure how the studio actually works or keeps afloat. I have no idea. They started with a game called Jager, and then they made 2012 a game that was kind of very well critically acclaimed called Spec Ops: The Line. Then they made Dreadnought, that was also kind of an interesting game where you played like these massive battleships against each other. That looked also pretty cool. And yeah, I don't know. They also did some co-development stuff for Dune Awakening, interestingly. I didn't know that. Dead Island 2 they helped working on. Also on Outriders, the Square Enix, I don't know, co-op role-play shooter, battle, survival, I don't know what game. No, it's more a co-op, classical co-op shooter game. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It seems like they also developed this. And you're usually wondering, how is Yaga still alive? What are they doing all the time? However, he worked at Yaga at development. Beginning playing a historical game in 2007, the game was announced 2018 with funding from Medienbord Berlin-Brandenburg and publishing agreements between Paint Bucket Games and Andy Games, another developer, were confirmed. Darkest of Times was published and allowed swastika after regulator USK lifted its previous restrictions on Nazi imagery within a games derived from the Statute Strafgesetzbuch paragraph 86A. Paint Bucket Games received approval after submitting a demo to the USK at Gamescom. Its art style was inspired by the 1920s Expressionism. So it's kind of interesting. We see he's talking a bit about this, and they also show a game. The art style is very similar to the Darkest of Times, to the other game they made. And yeah, it's kind of, from a German perspective, almost a bit historical that it's the first game that used this change, that swastika. I'm not sure. I think it was not because of the game, but it was the first game who made use of it to make a game in a historical context of this particular dark time, as the name also suggests. But yeah, kind of an interesting detail. When I saw him and this art style, reminded me immediately of To the Darkest of Time.
The constitutional state can become an unjust state and how this leads to darkness. But it also shows that we cannot simply stand by and watch. When this happens, we must take action.
Indeed. There are other examples like
The Darkest Files. Seems to be their new game. Kind of interesting.
CRPG set in a Lockheed by Team Project Lunch from Singapore official.
So yeah, that was kind of an interesting little excursion here into this field. And then we have another unusually colorful anime game. With a lot of weird things going on. I laughed a bit when seeing this trailer. So yeah, they know their target audience so well. They know exactly what they have to do. There was another game I did not really understand. Kind of interesting. Then in yet another game. Was this? I'm not sure where this here was from. But yeah, a lot of talent in the East Asia area, except Japan, of course. There we know that they can make video games, but kind of, yeah, Korea and China and surroundings. Some very talented developers that kind of land one success. Here I thought, is this Battlefield? Like, this shot here looks so Battlefield-esque. This here also, this here looks so... It looks a bit different than Battlefield. And what's interesting, this game, to my knowledge, uses a modified Unreal Engine 4 and later updated even to 5, I think, or something. I'm not sure, but it's Unreal Engine, interestingly. There's a bit of destruction and so on. Like, this helicopter shot here, this does not look like Battlefield at all. The UI is so different. But yeah, also Mega Actionhunts talked a bit about it recently. Very similar, but it definitely is so similar to Battlefield. I kind of tried to make this, and there was some stuff going on there that was not well received. Also, this little bird here, this helicopter with the Gatlings, also very Battlefield-esque. Like, it looks like you really have to look twice to not think, is this Battlefield? And also watching the trailer, is this Battlefield? Then I thought, okay, there's this game that is kind of like Battlefield called Delta Force. I played Delta Force 2, which came out in the 90s, I think. Delta Force 2. 1999 it came out. And this has nothing to do with it at all. And they kind of got the name, the license for it, and then made a game more in the style of Battlefield, because Battlefield dropped the ball quite hard, so it kind of makes sense that others tried to come in and change stuff. Then we had the artist here, the performance, which, yeah, it's always difficult to show stuff like this. But yeah, beautifully sung by the singer, by the artist. Beautiful performance. And yeah, the art, Clair Obscur stuff was, the game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 was praised. Definitely contender for Game of the Year. Very fun combat system as far as I heard. And highly praised by a lot of people, so yeah, there's definitely potential for it to win. And the soundtrack looked, I have not played it myself, just looked a bit when I rated Ari, and she played it through it, and yeah, it was always kind of interesting to see. The combat system looked kind of interesting, like a turn-based system with some parry mechanics and stuff that made it a bit, that made the combat quite fun, I think. And also, yeah, I remember some of the soundtrack was also sticking out. It was made, Clair Obscur, to come back to that, by, and we see that in the background here, by some of the, I think by one or multiple people that worked at Ubisoft, and they pitched this game, and Ubisoft said no, we don't want to do that. And then they kind of managed to find funding for it, left the company, made their own stuff, made this game, and became a massive success. So yeah, sometimes it's very hard to be fair, to foretell if a game is a success, especially if it's such a commitment. But yeah, kind of interesting. Here we have Ninja Gaiden 4, if I remember, see this correctly. Very difficult games, but usually very fun to play, and very good combat mechanics and so on. Like, this was Dark Souls before Dark Souls even existed, so it's not necessarily a Souls-like. It's more it's also an action RPG, but these days I would say originally it was, yeah, I don't know, hard to describe. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4, there was also, like, by the guys who made Blasphemous and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. I think that came out recently. I've not played it yet, but yeah. What else do we have here, chat? Another big games. This weird thing here with basically everything. We have seen here, I think, Korean names in some scene. Yeah, here, see this, I assume is Korean. So I assume it's developed by Korean. It plays also in Seoul, so it makes sense that's developed by a Korean developer, I guess. But you can do a lot of stuff. Like, there are mechs, helicopters, bikes, and I don't know, tanks. You have ground combat. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Jeeps and cars and whatnot. It's just the jack of all trades. Then I have this game, and that suddenly became kind of crazy. I have no idea if this seems to be like a multiplayer service game again. And the problem is we have seen, like, it could be the next big thing, who knows? But we have seen so many of them and they all failed, you know? This particular genre, the service thing, is so overcrowded, so oversaturated. So many people try to make it, but people know when you land a hit with this, then you hit big. And that's why publishers consistently are willing to risk to kind of try and getting into this. That's pretty interesting, I think. Hans basically disliked everything. Disliked everything, but he's special anyway. I remember Hans disliking Clair Obscur quite a bit. Outside the combat. I think he said the combat was solid when we talked. I always love our little history lesson. Sorry, I didn't look at chat for some time. Another multiplayer game, and they can sell for loads of money and shut down the servers after. Yeah, exactly. I find it funny that even you kind of already have seen this cycle happening over and over again, that you see the pattern. So I have no idea. Then Silent Hill F40, I think Silent Hill Forte. Comes out pretty soon, actually. I'm glad the StarCraft 2 servers are still running, yeah. It's kind of true. Though there's still esport tournaments at times. So it's still a thing, it's kind of alive, but it's definitely, I feel like, on its last leg. And I really hope, like, it's so strange to me that FromSoft never tried and said, hey, let's maybe do another let's make StarCraft 3. StarCraft 3. All the big people kind of left, and they tried to make their own game. Like, David Kim was one of the balancing guys for StarCraft. And he... What's his name? Not sure where he's working currently, to be fair. He made a game. I forgot what the name was called. Really try to find out what the game is called. I forgot the name. Yeah, Stormgate is the other. So some former Warcraft and StarCraft developers from Blizzard left the company because they were doing nothing in the company into this direction. And then made their video games. And yeah, Stormgate was one. What was the game of David Kim called? He was also a random player in StarCraft 2. The game is called, I think, Battle Aces. I found it. Unkept Games made it. That's David Kim's studio, where he works now. It's not out yet, still in development. So there's that. Maybe add it to my wish list. Just curious what David Kim is doing. And yeah, David Kim is not the former StarCraft 2 developer. He was like a StarCraft player known for playing random. And then at some point he joined the development team, became responsible for the balancing patches and stuff. So he was, well, let's say, of course, people gave him a lot of shit for what he did. In this regard, you can imagine. And then there's, yeah, Stormgate. And it's really difficult. Getting people to play this. Currently, Stormgate sits on very mixed reception. I don't know why that is. Was Stormgate always free to play? Okay, people are not happy with the story and the lore. The campaign missions are actually okay, play-wise. I don't know. It's just so difficult to get... When it comes to RTS, it's so difficult because you have StarCraft 2, which is a fantastic game in of itself, with a big campaign and a lot of stuff and with cutscenes, very impressive. Like no other studio on Earth, I think, could make a game like StarCraft and Blizzard at that time, and they're very successful for a time. The problem is though that RTS, real-time strategy games, became increasingly unpopular, and it's just very difficult for this genre to not be niche. It was one of the big games once in a lifetime. We have the sound in the soundboard.
I was there.
The chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
And then back in the day, 3,000 years ago, it was like Command & Conquer and KKND and, I don't know, Age of Empires 2 and whatnot. StarCraft 1 and Warcraft 3 and all these massive franchises, this massive IPs, this RTS classics that are even played to this day because they are so timeless and so well developed. And it's so difficult for other studios to just even get close to this because usually it's difficult to say, yeah, well, we make Warcraft 3 but mechanically better. It's difficult because for most people Warcraft 3 is already perfection, and so is StarCraft. In a way, reaching this. But then you have to kind of get the single-player crowd, so you have to make a really good single-player campaign. At the same time, you need cinematic quality, mission quality, story writing, all the stuff, interesting characters, and so on and so forth. And there's simply not that many teams in the world that have all the skills needed for this. Blizzard had this at one time, and they at some point said, yeah, we're done with RTS. We just make money selling World of Warcraft expansions and I don't know what Blizzard was doing, and Overwatch skins or whatever. And this kind of didn't really work out for them in the end. Not sure how we even got to this point because we want to talk about Silent Hill, but whatever. So yeah, it's kind of difficult for RTS games, maybe because Warhammer was shown here somewhere. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. You can see sequels with cringy, cheesy cutscenes. I mean, there was a game. What was it called? There was a Command and Conquer, a game that was kind of a flashback to it. Tempest Rising, is it? Is the name. Not sure if you know this. If you've heard about it. I've not played it. I heard good things about it. And if you're a strategy fan and you have never heard about it, then it definitely shows. Let me just post it in all the chats I currently possess. Quite a few. That's on Steam. And yeah, it looks nice, and I think it plays nice. It's got really good reviews on Steam, but still, I think nobody knows about it. It's kind of it, right? There was like another strategy game called Grey Goo that was not bad. But usually you need these games. I think it even has cheesy cutscenes, if I remember correctly. Like it's a full Command and Conquer homage. But yeah, that can kind of work. It had maybe its success, but still it's kind of unfortunate that this genre is simply so dead. Age of Empires 4, Microsoft tried it with Age of Empires 4, and they kind of only partially succeeded with that. There's only the Paradox grand strategy games and stuff. You have stuff like Anno that works, so that's not classical strategy. You know what I mean? Strategy games have a hard time, a really hard time these days. I think one of the main reasons is, yeah, the genre is a niche, and it's kind of interesting because I'm so old. I know when RTS games were AAA games, you know, when they were the shit. And it's not the case. It changed. I think World of Warcraft, you have to say World of Warcraft at the same time. It baked its own, the death of the genre, not World of Warcraft, Warcraft 3, I mean. It kind of created the death of the genre because it was definitely another game that had this roleplayfication of video games, where every video game genre suddenly needs role-playing elements, so Warcraft 3, and this kind of created the subgenre of Dota likes, so Dota and League of Legends and that stuff. And this is a new RTS. You have one unit you control. Okay, in Dota 2 there's a unit that has multiple units you control, so some RTS elements are still there, but you get the point, I guess. And that you focus on, and it's more action based and fast, and that's what people playing all day. And it's super big. But the classical RTS, it's not super big anymore. It's kind of fascinating, I think. Fighting games maybe were also more popular at some point, or I think fighting games kind of found a way back, like Street Fighter 6 definitely a massive success. And we have Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Ultimate and stuff like that. As a result, there are definitely some fighting games that are really big in comparison. But similar to fighting games, you always have this 1v1 scenario, and that's for a lot of people very unattractive, I think, in these times. We have just too many team-based, like we have co-op 5 versus 5, 6 versus 6, team games everywhere. And these classical competitive, okay, I ladder now StarCraft games, that's for a lot of people kind of tough to get into, I think. I like those games, and I also struggle with that quite a bit. Like booting up Street Fighter and going practice mode, practicing, playing some ranked matches. Takes some energy to overcome your, oh god, the experience could be awesome, but it could also be horrible in like 5 minutes. I think when you play with a team, you can say either you have somebody who's that good that he kind of carries you, and sometimes maybe you can also do your part, and sometimes you can also blame others if it's not working. Say, yeah, this guy, he feeded top lane, GG, feeded bot lane, GG, feeded the jungler, whoever he feeded, you know, the classic. And then you have somebody to blame and to vent at, and in this 1v1 scenarios, it's if you lose, you are shit. That's the truth. Deal with it. And many people, me included, don't want to deal with it always. So they are kind of becoming more and more unpopular as alternatives exist. And so the RTS genre, which was once big and had big sales and were massive and were, I don't know, AAA titles, were very, like, I think people have no idea how popular Warcraft 3 was. Or StarCraft 1, or I don't know, Age of Empires, or whatever. Like, there were massive popular games back in the day. Command & Conquer was huge. And today, oh, new RTS games. Yeah, is it Call of Duty? Is it Fortnite? No, it's not. It's so fascinating how this genre, or some genres, simply went small. Even I played Age of Empires, yeah. If even Rosemary played that, you know, no, it sounds meaner than I actually mean it. Sounds more mean than I mean it, whatever. That tells you everything, yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I want to say it, but Age of Empires is kind of interesting in this regard. It's a fantastic game, by the way. And I think the problem with Age of Empires 2 is the problem is, you know, the Age of Empires, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 1, Command & Conquer, let's say, Red Alert, maybe also Red Alert 2, and so on. All those games in the past were like peak. That was the golden age of RTS, kind of. And the problem is, you can't be better than the golden age of RTS. Like David Kim, I think, said in an interview, it can't be that this deeply flawed game, StarCraft 2, is kind of the peak of RTS. And there's no game that comes even close to the success of StarCraft 2. And it's kind of the final nail in the coffin of the genre, and nobody can improve the genre in a way or change something that makes it explode again. And people say, okay, wow, RTS game's awesome. I think that's really, really tough to do. It's an impossible task, I think. Because these original games, they were really good for their time. And even for today's standards, it's tough compete with them. Like, StarCraft 2 is kind of also a game where people often complain a lot about, but in its core, StarCraft 2 offers so much. It's a fantastic game, it controls fantastic. It has fantastic single-player campaigns. It has a decent story. You don't have to like it, but it definitely has a decent story. It has a good soundtrack. Like all the value, simply the value of what it shows in these cutscenes and stuff you have in it is so massive, is so advanced. Like you need a really big studio committing to a development like this, like Blizzard or something that has the funds to make this, to come even close or to one up the game. Just from in German we have the word Schauwert, I'm not sure what it is in English, but basically the values of what the production value basically of it. And that's so massive in this game. And the modes, multiplayer maps, tons of map rotations, multiple expansions that got to the game. It's just so massive, it's impossible to compete with that for a smaller development team. And the problem is just saying, well, mechanically, we did a better game, doesn't sell the game. Like, you need these spectacles. You need that the game control really good. You need players to get interested in this game, and so on and so forth. It's really tough. I often played as Russia because then my ambassador had a dog companion all the good times. But yeah, Age of Empires 2 is perfection in many ways. Like, of course, people who play it a lot will say, oh no, this mechanic and this interaction is annoying as hell, but few improvements and suddenly, like, the core ideas and how it works and controls and so on and so forth, the art style, whatever. So to be fair, we have the enhanced edition or whatever it's called, which updates the graphics quite a bit and so on. It makes some stuff easier, like the auto replanting of fields and whatnot. In this regard, you can maybe make a game that is as good, but it's almost impossible to make a better game, and you need to be like, I don't know, you need like a massive, impressively game that people say, okay, I have seen this and I want to play it and I can't think about anything else. And some games have this insane draw to it. Let's just think of Elden Ring, how popular it is here on my streaming side of things. And how often I played 3,000 hours in this game and so on and so forth. A lot of, like, people see this and they want to play it and so on and so forth. And I don't know, the strategy component, a lot of people simply don't get, how to say, excited about it. Another problem is that RTS was never a genre that was really, really good on console. And that is, I think, another thing. It's more like a major PC thing. And you would think that now that PC got more popular again, there was a time where I think another problem that the genre had is that PC was dead for some time. Like, there was a time where not even the current Call of Duty iteration came to PC. Call of Duty 3, for example, never released on PC. It was the Wii era and so on, where consoles got really popular and the focus of game development shifted so much towards those games and trying to reach new groups of players that have not played before. Things got, some would say, more casual, you could say. And this time, PC was really dead. It was only like 2012-ish around where things slowly started again for the PC, especially the big indie boom that started with Minecraft 2010, 2012. There the PC got drive again. And now that PC is big again, kind of, though to be fair, PC is now killing itself a bit by making its hardware unaffordable. That's a problem if you have like only so few graphics card and hardware companies in the world that compete with each other, that they, like Nvidia is so on the lead currently that they can do basically whatever they want. And people have to buy their stuff, and they take prices completely east of anything. Like currently building a computer is just so expensive. That's kind of hurting the computer sphere a little bit. Like Japan, it was like a growing market for PC games, is shrinking again. It's yeah, a problem. But in this regard, I don't know. I find it very interesting because video games are still big, but it's so fascinating that a cool genre like RTS games have so much trouble, while like a subgenre of RTS, the MOBA/Dota likes are so successful. Some of them, not all. I find that it's a really weird thing, to be honest. But yeah, why RTS is not working, it's always difficult to say, I think. Playing online is not very attractive for RTS because you have to blame yourself if you lose, and that many people don't want to face this. Usually it takes a lot of work and effort. People got too good at these games, so that you always fight some guy and he just completely demolishes you because he has, like, I don't know, 300 APM and just destroys you so fast that you are so frustrated after that you think, okay, it makes no sense. So you kind of have to find ways to keep players interested, engaged, and have fun with the game. Good single player campaigns is a possibility, but can you make better single player campaigns than StarCraft, Warcraft, StarCraft 2? Yeah. Will be difficult, let's put it that way. And even if you manage to do this, people play through it one time and then they play the next game. So for it to work in the long term, you kind of need a big multiplayer crowd, and as said, exactly there's a problem keeping that. I like RTS, and I rarely play those. First of all, there are not that many. Second of all, I'm shit at them, and I don't want to play online, and so on and so forth. So that's the problem. Also, I just realized I was so focused that we got a shout out to Sari Schmerry. There was a raid. I didn't even notice I got raided. So thank you for the raid. I completely overlooked this, but luckily Baldo gave you a shout out. So thank you for the raid and welcome, raiders. I'm not sure if you're still listening, potentially long gone. Rightfully so. I ignored you so much. I'm sorry. Just noted, wait, I got raided. Just look at my thing. Currently I have so many tabs open and stuff overlapping each other that I don't fully get what's going on. But yeah, whatever, chat. So that's, yeah, no, it was exactly 50 minutes ago. At least to the timer it says 50 minutes. 49 when I said thank you, so it's whatever. So back to the current games. There was a distant journey into the past. Let's come back to present time, where RTS is basically dead. No StarCraft 3 is in the making, as far as we are aware, which wonders everybody, because Blizzard could just try. But maybe they know we could try make StarCraft 2, but we would fail anyway, because it's StarCraft 1 and 2 and Warcraft 3 were peak. What are we going to do to kind of top that? Yeah, nothing. And now the genre itself is so dead. Like, the problem is, I think if, like, after such a long time, you have to think, like, Legacy of the Void came out 2015 or something. So it's 10 years ago, which was like a standalone expansion for StarCraft 2. And I think if StarCraft 3 or Warcraft 4 would be announced, people would definitely, a lot of people would lose their shit. But the problem is, like, they would get really excited. And I think that could draw a lot of people in. But the problem is, the pressure is so high because people expect I go into this game and it's the best ever. And if they fail, like, nobody can be ever successful, I think. So it's kind of a gamble for them, and it's potentially easier to kind of make sequels to other games. But yeah, I think the RTS situation is very unfortunate. So we kind of have to hope that StarCraft 2 still goes strong enough. But yeah, new StarCraft or something would be great, to be fair. But whatever. Let's continue with Silent Hill F here. That was also shown here during Gamescom. We got a trailer already, and we see it's now usually Silent Hill as usually called Silent Hill F, but it's I think 40, whatever it's pronounced in English. And yeah, I assume it's Japan. We press F to pay respect, for example. We do that, yes. Speaking of Spec Ops The Line. But it was Call of Duty, I think, where this meme originally originated. I think, didn't Spec Ops The Line also bring this on the table? I kind of... Maybe I'm mixing it up. I'm not sure. But it was originally from Call of Duty. It's kind of funny. There was like somebody, there was, what do you call it? Beerdigung. Funeral, that's the word. There was a funeral, and thank you. It was very, unfortunately, was not, I figured it out. Funeral, and but thank you for writing. There was a funeral, and there was like the coffin with the American flag. There was like, I think, a soldier who fell in battle or so, and then you had to pay the respect. And then the game said literally there was a button prompt, press F to pay respect, and this kind of became a meme because it was kind of, I don't know, really strange to have a button prompt like this. But yeah, Silent Hill usually plays in the United States, I guess. Kind of, in America at least. North America. And this here plays somewhere else. Might not sure if there's another Silent Hill that plays elsewhere, but the setting is very unusual for Silent Hill. What is interesting in this regard, so Silent Hill is a bit different. It's a horror game thing. Silent Hill 2 is like massive, yeah, one of the best games, I think. Like, it's definitely fantastic psychological horror game with very special, unusual soundtrack and story, and really good, in my opinion, really good writing actually. So mechanically, Silent Hill, especially the old one, is bad. Sure, if it should be Japanese. Yeah, I would think so too. But to be fair, my expertise on Japanese school outfits, or on school outfits also in other East Asia countries, is not that good. So maybe it could also be China, Taiwan, I don't know, South Korea. Do they also have school outfits? I don't know. And I would also assume it's Japanese, because Silent Hill, it's Konami. Konami is a Japanese developer, so why would they not stick to Japan? So originally they also made games that played in North America. So yeah, there's a big change in setting, I think, for the Silent Hill series. And Silent Hill, to describe, it's a mysterious town where people go. And some people I don't want to spoil too much, though it is kind of a spoiler. So I'm not sure of how to explain it, but let's say it's spoiler warning. But Silent Hill is kind of like, I don't know, a supernatural place that some people could compare with hell, if that makes sense, or with like the pre-hell, so to say. Purgatory. I hope that's the thing, place of a ring. Yeah, something like that. And yeah, this is, I don't know, it's difficult to explain. You have to experience it. It's yeah, kind of. Is there another big thing? I think Limbus is the pre-hell, right? Whatever. Doesn't matter too much though. It's kind of a strange place where, I don't know, terrible things happen in a way. It's a, I don't know, it's not comparable to some hell depictions you might have in your mind. It's more like a place, I don't know, it looks like a small town. Things happen there and very weird encounters. So this is now kind of, I would assume, because Silent Hill is always about this, that this is also a place like this, just in Japan. So Silent Hill usually is a little town in North America. Here Silent Hill seems to be a little town in Japan, I guess. You have these weird riddles and creatures and entities and encounters, maybe the right word. And very interesting story, very psychological horror stuff's going on there. Sometimes very strange characters that kind of try to manipulate this place and summon some super strange entity and so on. Yeah, here we have the other game, Dante. We have here the text. Okay, maybe Rosemary can read it. Mezzo del Camin in Nostra, our life. Selva obscura, obscure. So kind of hide something. Una would be one. Or one. What is Selva? So it seems to be Italian, not Latin, but of course Italian, very similar. Otherwise we have to Google it. strong, but I never burn money. In the middle of the path of our life, I will find myself again through the dark forests that are silver. Yes, of course, it's forest. That the straight way was lost. In the middle of the journey of our life, I found myself in the dark forest where the straight path had been lost. Midway in the journey of our life. Okay. So yeah, kind of interesting. There was a game from 2010. This one here. 2010, right? Yeah. It's a bit bright, I know, on the eyes, but yeah, Dante's Inferno came out, developed by Visceral Games. Visceral Games we know from games like Dante's Inferno, but also they made Dead Space. Dead Space 2 and 3, Hardline, Dante's Purgatory was all cancelled because the studio was closed after I think it was not very successful. They were Visceral Games, formerly known as EA Redwood Shores, and they were closed by they also made the Tiger Woods games, famous golf player. EA made the decision to close down Visceral on October 17, 2017, so 8 years ago, a long time ago. EA reassigned the Star Wars game to its EA Worldwide Studios, led by EA Vancouver, and said they will revamp the gameplay. The closure of Visceral was seen as a sign of a waning interest in publishers in making games that are strictly single-player, as many of Visceral games had been. In the light of these concerns, EA CEO Andrew Wilson stated that the reason for Visceral's closure wasn't a single-player versus multiplayer game issue, but instead one based on listening to player feedback and following market trends. The company felt that the current design of Ragtag wasn't fitting these changes, and that the closure of Visceral and reassignment to another studio was because we needed to pivot the design. Very strange, because like Visceral was really a studio that had some success. Like they made Endgame, I think was a DLC for Battlefield 3, and the DLCs were kind of good. Dead Space 1, Dead Space 2, and was received very well. 3 not that much, I think. And then, yeah, Battlefield Hardline kind of flopped, so that was, I guess, the biggest problem for them. And they had their Project Ragtag. They made a Star Wars game. I'm not sure what happened with that one. Have interest. It announced that she had left EA earlier that year, while Amy Hennig worked originally on Uncharted. Involved with some of the initial work at Vancouver, she stated the new game was more open world and far different from the title Visceral had developed. However, at the same time of her departure, she stated that the Star Wars game was stalled and EA Vancouver was working on something very different. In January 2019, sources told Kotaku that the game at EVE had been cancelled. In April 2009, announced a new single-player game, Star Wars Jedi Order, to be released later the year, developed by Respawn Entertainment. Hennig stated that this seemed like a change of strategy related to the criticism that received after its closure of Visceral and a strong indication that it was moving away from single-player games. Electronic Arts' exclusivity deal with Lucasfilm for Star Wars games expired 2023, leading to multiple games. In April 2022, it was announced that Guidance New Media would collaborating with Lucas Games to produce action adventure based on Star Wars universe, with Hennig serving as the head of project. Ubisoft released Star Wars Outlaws 2024, which drew comparisons to Ragtag. Kind of interesting. Dante was Dante Alighieri was the first who really who published books in Italian. Before there was always Latin. That was also very revolutionary in the to write in the tongue of the people of. Okay, it makes complete sense. F in the chat for Burnt Hill, yeah, F. That's the actor from King Theoden from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films. King of Rohan. So yeah, they make a new Dante's game. Weird creatures in this purgatory, and you have to fight them. This scene here definitely looks like a cutscene, not like gameplay. Very curious. Oh, now I can also read it. Divina Commedia, Divine Comedy. It's also the name of Dante Alighieri's thing here. This armor thing looks cool. A very cool idea to present like the cosplay of it in the show. Looks pretty good. Haven't really looked into this thing here. No, I could swear I've seen it somewhere already. I'm not sure if it's a world premiere or something. But yeah, Blooper made Silent Hill, so they're currently very popular. Let's hope their own IP kind of works also well, but as a remake of Silent Hill 2, that came also out, I think, last year, right, chat? Stomp, definitely Dead Space thing. This is also it's very Dead Spacey. We have this weird grotesque enemy. He dies, and to save ammunition, you stomp it to death. And also this thing here, you fly to, like, I know it's not a space station, but something like this, and then the gravity shifts and you turn around. It's also very Dead Space-esque. Oh, the Sekiro anime trailer. Is this? Did you find out if it's a series or is it a movie? I mean, it should be a series because I feel like it's difficult to get everything into one movie. It felt like they kind of portrayed the story step by step. On the other side, I don't know. Is a Sekiro story that interesting? Like, they have a lot of interesting references, right? So here we have the Dead Space stuff. Dead Station character shifting around with the gravity stuff, which is also in Dead Space. And then he opens the door, and then we have like this clinic, and we have this wheelchair also slightly moving. And this is like a motif we know from Silent Hill. And Blooper Team, the team doing this game, made the remake of Silent Hill 2. So yeah, it's kind of an full of little references, which I find very cool, to be fair. You also didn't like the art style, okay. Fun fact, if you want to promote your game for 30 seconds on the Gamescom main show, it costs you 140k. Well, it can be worth it. I saw a trailer at the Nintendo Direct weeks ago. Yeah, I could also swear there was something. I've seen this already. But yeah, looks kind of interesting. Curious what is behind this weird helmet. Yeah, potentially worth it. They have a big thing here. If you can land like if you hit the right tones, the right notes there, you can definitely make your game known by towards a massive crowd there in a very short amount of time. Yeah, this is the logo of the game. Of Outer Worlds is the name. I always say it wrong. It's a sequel, and they have this lot of humor and meta humor in it, and so on and so forth. So I think also former Fallout people, so they it's kind of a goofier Fallout, if that makes sense. Try to give it their own spin. The first game was received relatively well, but also not perfectly. I don't know. I definitely see the Fallout origin here and there, with some other stuff mixed in here and there. Earth Characterate can fix your pros, can fix your shit. Cons can't commit to a hobby. Yeah, the publisher's definitely doing the investment, and they wouldn't do it if they would not think it's worth it. Enos, Auntie's Choice, Kid Medicine, Formidable Craft, didn't take Hypocriticos. Hippocratic. Well, that's potentially bad. Marisol, like, yeah, doctors or medicine people have to fix those. Rose. Occupies enemies. Withering World, very witch. They told a decent, funny story. Yeah, I mean, if you go so in this direction with a lot of humor and so on, your humor needs to kind of, you have to hit. You know, if you fail this, you lose. I think they might be good enough at hitting the notes right. But it's always kind of a little gamble, I think, if your humor doesn't resonate well enough with like the audience, then you're out of luck. So we will see how this works. But like I said, this is like Korea Sims or something like this. It's called Insoy Island Gateway. It's just a different setting, I think, compared to the Sims, but I think it's kind of similar. And yeah, here with this game, I completely thought that this is one of these other things. What is it called? Honkai something, and there was another Zenless, Schieß mich tot, Zero, I forgot the names. Honkai Star Rail. Zenless Zone Zero. They also make Genshin Impact, and I don't know if Genshin Impact is also related to this. We skip a bit ahead. Who's making this game here? Well, this is... I skipped too far. It was an interesting scene here. This one here, not this one. Not this one. This here, I think. This dude here, running like this, looks like Genos from One Punch Man. Very similar in style. He doesn't transform into a wolf though. Fate Trigger. The name of it. It's by a completely different studio. They only have this one game. Early access is coming. Interestingly, you can request access and you get notified when the developer is ready for more participants. So there is actually seems like an open beta or something going on. I have no idea what the actual gameplay looks of this game. Like this anime shooting sequences, like, of course it's the classic anime women and girls with large breasts and what on and so on. But to be fair, camera animation and stuff, visual quality of this cutscene is actually top notch. It's not looking bad. The problem is we don't see any actual gameplay. Let me see if I can find something. Fate trigger. Is there something like gameplay? What? It looks definitely like a shooter thing. It's a battle. It has a battle royale mode. Okay. I just show you how the gameplay actually looks in direct comparison. Look at this, chat. The quality is a bit lower than in the cutscene that we have seen, to be fair. But still, player models and so on still look pretty decent. It's currently on the on PC, Android, and so on. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a closed beta, so it's closed beta gameplay, it seems. It's basically Fortnite, the anime game, kind of. So interesting in this regard. Of course, the quality of it doesn't look like this quality here that we see here, but still pretty decent. Seven Deadly Sins Origin. I know that's an anime series, but I haven't seen it. This looked pretty cute, to be honest. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. Bloodlines 2 coming out this year. There was a ring. This is my vampire times are long over. To be fair, I don't recognize it in any shape or form. Nope. I have no idea. It is a ring. I'll take the ring to Mordor. I just know there are multiple different vampire clans in this universe. I was curious what the deal is with that scene. Might be ghouls. I can't believe that it comes out in October already. But yeah, World of Darkness is kind of, yeah, the things. Paradox has a license for it. White Wolf is a publisher for this. So White Wolf created the World of Darkness brand, and I think it's kind of part and it's licensed by Paradox Interactive, who is the publisher for this game. So yeah, very curious how this is. I remember I would take the hobbits to Isengard. God. Yeah, it's fantastic. I really love how Orlando Bloom is, I think it's during the Hobbit film things. And he's singing along to "They're taking the hobbits to Isengard." God. Such a cool dude. What was that game again? Oh, this is Enshrouded. So the combat system, as Neverburn Money said, is not so great there. You can imagine, but I could imagine that the destructibility and building stuff is pretty cool in the game. Exploration and so on. And it's a game developed in Germany. It got quite a bit of traction at some point. Was very successful. Age of Empires. Actually not sure what's going on here. Dynasty of the East. What was the conclusion to this trailer here? The Anniversary Edition appears, so there's all the DLC stuff they so far made already available in it, it seems. Kingdom Come Deliveries, 2, new DLC, might be huge. Not much to say there. Call of the Lamb, also expansion or whatever. What's it called? Woolhaven. World of Warcraft Midnight. Yeah, we have seen the World of Warcraft trailer. I unfortunately, like, she is the harbinger or whatever it's called, of the void or whatever. So she's kind of the super powerful entity of this void faction. That's all I know. Forgot her name again. Something with an X. Saltara, something like this. And we have the elves. Yeah, pretty epic trailer, but like I said, I don't play World of Warcraft. Can't comment really much on that. And it's late, I want to go to bed. So, to do this, we have this game here again. With shooting and some supernatural stuff. Looks actually kind of cool. Like the head falls off and it just becomes like some kind of spider entity that forms like a new thing. Pretty well done animation and stuff. Pretty cool. The game looks visually very appealing, to be honest. Like, it's very high graphic fidelity. Looks like Unreal Engine, to be fair. So it might run like absolute shit when it comes out, as always. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Yeah, gorgeous graphics, exactly. Like, visually, it definitely is very impressive. What was the game called again? They have definitely motion blur activated. Project Spectrum. That looked pretty cool, to be fair. And this is, yeah, a crazy version of World of Tanks, I assume. Like, we've seen already a World of Tanks trailer. World of Tanks like has a lot of cash. They also went very early on the free-to-play route and made bank with that. So they can afford to just show 2 trailers in one show. No, it's not World of... I thought it would be World of Tanks. But it's Heat. But it's also made by Wargaming. So Wargaming is a company who makes World of Tanks. I thought, oh, it's... Here it is. World of Tanks is a brand, but very small. It's called Heat. It's maybe a standalone thing. I thought it would be a new mode for World of Tanks or something. Don't ask me. That was wondering for a moment what's going on there. So no idea. I don't play World of Tanks, so I can't. Ghost of Yotai, yeah, looks good. I like the first game. Ghost of Tsushima was so well received for the most part that I would be surprised if they continue, and usually a direct sequel to a very successful first game, with maybe some flaws here and there. There's usually, you just improve this here and there and make a better version of it, and then you get a really good game. Like, I would be surprised if this turns out bad, to be honest. Like, what we're seeing so far, the cutscenes and so on, seem to be working out. They had good ideas, visually looks appealing and so on. And it's a competent PlayStation studio behind this. They know how to get this here done and have the... put this into scene. It looks great, visually very impressive. PlayStation 5 exclusive to my knowledge. Might come to PC at some point, get the PC port a year later or whatever, but yeah. I'm actually not sure, maybe I have not double checked it. Interestingly, yeah, it's US, it's Sucker Punch, I think, is making this, right? Ghost of Yotai. Yeah, SP Sucker Punch. It on the thing. Comes out October already. I would be surprised if Sony drops the ball here with, or Sucker Punch drops the ball here with this game. I think it will be a step forward to first game even. It's just a prediction. I haven't played it or anything, but you know, sometimes they made a new IP, Sucker Punch. Maybe you know the Infamous games. That's what they made before, if I remember correctly. Sucker Punch. New game developer, Sucker Punch Productions. They made, let me just go into the list. Infamous 1, 2, 3. Second Son, First Light, then Ghost of Tsushima, now Ghost of Yotai. And they also made Sly Cooper games, by the way. In case you know those. Infamous I always liked. I always thought it was a cool, kind of a cool game thing. It's very different from what they do now. Yeah, Resident Evil Requiem. We have Ashley. No, Gray. She is Ashley. She is Grace. That's no, not Ashley. What the name again? Threw me. Ashcroft, not Ashley. Grace Ashcroft is her name, and Alyssa Ashcroft is her mother's name. Punch myself on the ear now. Yeah, do this, Balder. Sleep well, have a good one. I'm not sure how much this scene here reveals. There's somebody behind her if we look frame by frame. And something is happening there. We see a bit the origin story of Ashley. We have seen the other trailer where she works, and that's what she was introduced as an FBI, a technical analyst for the FBI. That's what she's doing. And her mother was like an what do you call this? You can't pronounce the word. Investigative journalist. How is this pronounced in English, man? I don't get where the stress is in the word. The problem is not, I know what it means, but I can't say it. I need somebody to say it to me right a moment. Investigative. Okay, that investigative, I think it's pronounced. Investigative in English. Investigative in US has a different pronunciation. Okay, so British investigative. Investigative. It's hard to say. Wait, let me. I can give you the example I listened to.
Investigative.
Investigative. I think it's still on investigative, but the other thing also has a little smaller pronunciation. And in English, in the UK, it's
investigative.
Investigative. So that's what the Cambridge Dictionary says to this. But yeah, you just can't say the word.
Investigative.
Journalist. And yeah, stuff happens there in the past. But I think it's just a small section where you kind of relive the past. And then you, after reliving the past, what happens there with the mother and the situation where they are currently in. Later on, like the story is about Grace. Ashley is wrong Resident Evil part. Grace is later working for the FBI as a technical analyst, and there's something she wants to investigate, and it has to do with these events happening that we see here in this cutscene, or yeah, it's definitely a cutscene. We might also play it a little bit, who knows, but currently Capcom and the Resident Evil team is really killing it. All the games they brought out were really good, in my opinion. Like Resident Evil 2 remake, fantastic. 3 is potentially the weakest, but 3 is also on the original franchise, in my opinion, a weaker Resident Evil. So it's decent. I think the Resident Evil 3 remake is a bit too short. Has some flaws here and there as well. But if you see it in a sale, it's definitely worth it. Maybe if you like Resident Evil and haven't tried it yet, you can definitely play it and have a good time with it. Resident Evil 4, very impressive. Like a masterpiece. The original game was also game historically very important because it was kind of the blueprint for a lot of action games and spookier action, or yeah, I don't know. Kind of, it wasn't really spooky or a horror game, but it was more a terror game, you know, where constantly stuff was happening there. And after that, Capcom dropped the ball a bit with Resident Evil 5 back in the day, and curious if they will remake it or not. But currently they're working on a new entry to the Resident Evil series, like Resident Evil 8 Village as it was called. And now we have Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Very looking forward to this. Looking forward to watch this on Twitch. Yeah, I can see that. I will definitely, if nothing comes in the way, I'm very interested in playing this next year. And yeah, the last thing here, also very interesting. I thought this would be like an expansion or something for Black Myth Wukong, but it's not an expansion. This is the next Wukong game. Looks pretty impressive visually already. So it's just like a cutscene. But also Wukong looks pretty good, to be fair. And we play like a new character. Who is not the crazy monkey Wukong, but who rides on like a tiger, a giant tiger, and have people carry his massive sword. Zhongqi, I'm not sure how it's pronounced correctly. My pronunciation of Chinese names is very bad. But yeah, Black Myth Zhongqi, something like that. Not sure how they pronounce this in the show.
Development of the second title in the Black Myth series, this time starring Zhong Kui, the ghost-catching god who wanders between hell and earth. Starring Zhong Kui, the ghost-catching god who wanders between hell and earth.
Hell and earth. Interesting. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, also Unreal Engine 5 again, so it will run like shit as always. Most likely. Maybe they learned out of it. I don't know. Currently, Unreal Engine is like a beautiful engine, visually impressive what you can do with it, but just runs so terrible in a lot of things. Like many developers, it's not impossible to get Unreal Engine to run well, I think, but a lot of developers simply have trouble getting that to work. And some would even say even Epic has sometimes trouble with that. But our hardware technology isn't there yet. I think Unreal Engine has multiple problems. Like the game industry has, when we can jump back again into all of this stuff. And we're mute, so I can talk a little bit. The problem is a bit that Moore's law is dead. So getting more powerful, Xbox might have bigger problems, I guess. But I think one of the biggest problems with and we currently have is that Moore's law basically says that every 2 years the transistor amount on a chip doubles, and that is not the case for some time now. So our gains when it comes to getting more performance in the next generation of a graphics card and so on, or a CPU or whatever, isn't that strong anymore. At the same time, they try to push technology as they potentially did in the past, and they always reach kind of a limit. The problem is that due to getting more power out of stuff, well, actually, look at this thing here. It falls down, and it even deforms a little bit. There's some interesting little details there going on. Pretty impressive. Not so what I wanted to say. So the problem is that getting more performance out of what they currently do, they have to kind of find tricks, and it gets harder and harder, and as a result, potentially even GPU and CPU production gets more and more expensive. But as a result, hardware is currently very expensive. Plus the economic side of things, that we have inflation a lot around the world and so on and so forth. So it's not ideal for these prices to kind of shrink further. And that makes the hardware very expensive. And a lot of people are not willing to pay that much money for like a graphics card. And so they're pushing the hardware, but nobody is buying the cards. And as a result, not nobody, still enthusiasts buy those cards, and they're expensive, but are willing to spend that amount of money for that. But at the same time, a lot of people can't afford it, or think, okay, I'm going to just play on PlayStation or whatever, and it works better for them. That's a problem. Most people I know are struggling just to get by. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people currently struggling, and they don't have the spare money to buy a graphics card for 1K, for $1,000, euros, pounds, or whatever, and just to play their new video game in shiny new graphics, and that's a problem. And even if you have these cards, sometimes the stuff still runs like trash, but people pretend like, yeah, our game has to look beautiful and has to use all these features and so on and so forth. It's very problematic and very unfortunate that this is currently not working out too well. So I just read that Nvidia kind of reduced prices a little bit. But yeah, that was the end of the Gamescom. We kind of recapped everything, chat. And it's already late. I really have also to stop dropping the ball. I just hope you found this in any way, shape or form interesting. Was a nice watch party, people. I will now call it a day though, because I'm really tired. Kind of good, because we did nothing today. We just spent a lot of time kind of comparing armor sets and armor pieces in an Elden Ring, and make an Excel, a Google spreadsheet for it. Tomorrow will be the first Gamescom day, so very curious about that. Overall, yeah, I'm not sure what my thoughts on the overall Gamescom. Yes, again the style, very old school, the style here that we see. You can see that people don't like it, but it seems very old school in a way. Just find it strange that they make an anime out of Sekiro. I was at Gamescom multiple times in my life. That yes, I never was when it was in Leipzig, in Germany, the original game convention. It was the name when it was in Leipzig. Then it went to Cologne became the Gamescom. Though the Games convention is still a thing, but I don't know. I think that there was a reboot for the Games convention or whatever. I can't fully remember. I haven't been there in years, to be fair, because at some point it was simply too full for my personal taste. Like, there were too many people in there. It was kind of scarily full there. It was really, really massive. And yeah, I don't know. It's also for me, I'm not a huge fan to go to places that are extremely crowded and extremely loud at the same time, and that's Gamescom in a nutshell. Like, if I meet there with friends or so, I would say, yeah, why not? Hopefully not on Saturday or Sunday, because it's really massively crowded on these 2 days. Potentially also on Friday, I guess, but if you can go on, I don't know, Wednesday or Thursday. So Wednesday is for professionals, you could say, mostly Fachbesuchertag. So that's the best day, basically, to go. If you want to actually see stuff there. But yeah, otherwise, I don't know. It's very loud and very full, and it got even louder and more crowded. That was a bit annoying. And then I stopped going because also it's not. I'm not sure what a ticket currently costs for Gamescom. Okay, on Thursday you could get an evening card for 10 euros, which just sounds really cheap. Otherwise, oh boy, it's really expensive. For Friday, you could get a ticket. I'm not sure if it is because of the high request or whatever. It's currently 30 euros 50. It's really expensive. I think it's not a too unusual convention price, so to be fair. Yeah, it's an okay price, but I remember, I think I went to game school. Okay, there was also a student there, but I don't know what I paid. If you're a student, by the way, you get it a lot cheaper. I think it's 20 something. That's actually an okay price, 20 something, in my opinion. But it's okay. To be fair, I guess it's an okay price these days, but still in my mind it should be like, I don't know, 20 something. I think I remember my first Gamescom visit, which was, let's be honest here, chat.
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
I think it was like 15 euros or 14 or 16, something like that. But yeah, I think it's not the worst for convention prizes, to be fair. But yeah, Gamescom. I was there. I remember playing Diablo. I was there with friends one time, and it must be 2012 when I was there. And they showed Diablo 3 for the console for the first time there. And we were lucky and get through pretty fast, and without waiting like maybe 5 minutes or so, we could actually play Diablo 3 on console for like, I don't know, 10 minutes or 15, whatever time it was. That was pretty cool, to be fair. I also think, which year was it? It was 2009. Holy moly. Then, I don't know if that was my last Gamescom or not. It could be, I could have been there a year later. I remember also playing Tekken 6 there. I think it was 6. It was not 7. It was the game before it. It should be 6 then. Otherwise, wait, let me just see. Tekken franchise, what came after Tekken 6? It could also be Tech Tournament 2. I'm not 100% sure on that. That would be 2012 as well. No, that's not working. Because I remember which people I played the Diablo 3 beta, and it was definitely 2012. Or maybe it was 13. Diablo 3. It could be 2013. Maybe it was Tech Team Diablo Tech Tournament 2, and then 2013 I was with friends because the PC version was 2012. I think it was a year before it actually came out or something. It was nothing where I said, oh, it comes out next week. Maybe I'm wrong though. I can't fully remember, chat. Could also be 2013 that I was there with my friends. And we played Diablo 3. It worked pretty well on console. We're positively surprised there. Though I already knew Diablo. Wait, that's actually a good indicator, chat. I knew Diablo 3 already. It came out in May. I think it must be 2013 then. It came out at 15th of May 2012. I played it on release a lot. And I think when I played it on console, it was out a year or something already. So it's 2013 in August. Then the release was in September, something like that. Trying to reconstruct here the date. And before that, Diablo was never on console, I think, to my knowledge. And this was kind of, yeah, the thing, and yeah, worked pretty well. Did a good job. But yeah, Gamescom. It's also always in summer, so it's insanely warm outside. In the in the halls itself, it's not that warm. It's usually temperature-wise, the air conditioning works quite well. The AC does its job there. But still, going there, going to the train, waiting outside, it was it was really annoying. And just so many people around you. I remember that they had like a new visitor record one time, and it was so full there was definitely a situation where it was so crowded in this transition corridors where you go from one hall to another that I thought, okay, when a panic breaks out here, I'm dead. It was really how to say, it was uncomfortably stuff there. Crowded. That was really messy. And I thought, okay, I have to, like, if you go on the weekend there to Gamescom, you have to wait for, like, they said they have Resident Evil Requiem there. You wait for 6 hours there in line to play it or something for like 10 minutes. So that's basically the whole day what you're doing there. I think they found some better solutions by now, kind of. That stuff works a bit better by now, I'm not sure though. But back in the day it was really 6 hour waiting time, 9 hour waiting time was, I think, the highest I've ever heard. It was so ridiculous. And yeah, for that it's maybe too expensive, too crowded, too loud for me, my personal taste. So I at some point simply stopped going to Gamescom. But yeah, still cool to see that a lot of people enjoy it, and that Germany has like one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest gaming convention in the world. That's kind of cool, I think. But yeah, chat, is there anything left to say? Because I really need to stop talking. I'll show you the final here by my screen, which is not correct because I don't have Twitter anymore, but I'm always too lazy to change this. Say it every time. Oh, I should change that. Should make the blue sky bird there instead. But yeah, whatever. Hopefully, I'd say thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you people enjoyed this little watch party, and let's call it analysis in the widest sense of what we have seen. The little recap there at the end. Well, it was not little, it actually took some time. We talked a lot about RTS at some point, which is a bit unfortunate because it derailed us massively. I think because I saw Age of Empires there, and then we started talking about RTS games for quite some time. Hope they kind of come back at some point, but yeah, who knows. I like those, and I also rarely play them, so that's usually not a good sign, I guess. Tomorrow, yeah, potentially tomorrow I have to kind of work on maybe a bit of lore video stuff. Wanted to do it today, but I kind of was so exhausted from yesterday that I thought, well, maybe we're not doing that. Also, stream is pretty much over. Did I restart the stream? Yeah, we started anyway, so I don't have to worry about it. But this was now roughly, I don't know. Where's my other chat thing? Chat. There it is. So this was like, yeah, 4 hours 50, or it was a long time I streamed. But whatever. I hope you enjoyed this here, this little watch party. Have a fantastic rest of the day, a good night, wherever you are, or a nice rest of the evening. And you people, next time, shout outs to the supporters. Thank you for that. For the YouTube crowd, feel free to press the like button, maybe subscribe, especially on at youtube.com/@tphgames. I only need like 70 subscribers more to get to my full 1000. That would be awesome achievement to get this. As in addition, it unlocks new features on my channel. That's something very important. It's exclamation mark YouTube. I have to slowly push to this number. I can also post it here on the other thing. I'm not sure if this here works. Well, that's the link though. And you can even post it on the Twitch, on the YouTube channel, but people watching there are already watching it. But yeah, this would be the correct link. That's the channel. I have too many of those, I think. But yeah, thank you people for watching so much. Have a good night, and you people next time. Goodbye.